Hey! First! Good pull, Fearless, good pull. And Verdant and Aeon, Watto and welcome. Let me update the boards. Alright, that puts you in tied first with Kakazi. Boosh. Come on in, friends, come on in. How was Seattle Indies? Jamami, Watto, and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Hello, hello. Air Dragon, Marshall Raya. Oh, Kakazi, I was just talking about you. Watto and welcome. Well, Phyllis, I'm glad you had a good time, friend. I'm glad you had a good time. I've kind of been a bit out of sorts the last couple of days, so I'm trying to get back on a keel. Yeah. Watto and welcome. Come on in, come on in. Come on in. Sorry. I got this thing rattling around in my noggin, and I'm trying to leave it alone. I'm trying to leave it alone. Well, so Aeon, is that not the question? Where's the worst coffee spot in video games? Like, I've got a few theories. Also, we'd have to define, like, does the character have to be able to drink coffee, or is the idea of coffee available? Oh, sorry, a Marshall Raya, an Air Dragon, Watto and welcome! I guess I was putting it forward as like a philosophical point. I actually don't think Lorn's Law, or the world of it, would be a bad place to have coffee. You know, there's something about like sipping a beverage on an impossible structure that actually seems kind of appealing. But the coffee has to be present explicitly, but the character doesn't necessarily have to be able to drink it for be the worst. Okay, then maybe we'll refactor this, because I thought about Lorn's Law because this is definitely a week. You'll notice by the fact that I hit go live at 5:30 in the afternoon. Not handling it well, but I just had a lovely little bit of feeding the crows up on the roof, sipping my coffee, you know. I tell you, from having lived my life in the UK, Seattle does have a grey to it some days, but it is so much more chipper comparable to British grey. I'm just going to say it. So yeah, I got to make friends with some crows, which was really cool, and that is as exciting as my day has been. Game news has certainly been happening a lot, so I guess we'll wait until Dinobot summons the crowd, because it's definitely been popping off today. Well, you know what? Not necessarily popping off. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Kind of want to get back to just talking about coffee spots and video games. I'd also, just to throw a monkey in the wrench on that data set, think about Subnautica, where you make your own coffee station, right? Now, the world of Subnautica, fucking terrifying. Also, beautiful and gorgeous. So the possibility that you could create the best coffee spot in video games. And I guess for it to be a coffee spot, it has to be the place, you know, where the creation and consumption of coffee happens, right? Like, if I make a coffee in Subnautica, and then go to a gorgeous park, that's not a coffee spot, right? That is a spot where I have coffee. Man, this was supposed to be an offhanded joke about, you know, drinking coffee inside an impossible, you know, urban jungle. Dustin, not quite. I mean, okay. Entertainment Weekly put out an article where a bunch of high-profile voice actors and video game performers are forming a cabal, and it's in Entertainment Weekly. It's not aimed for game dev people. It's aimed for Hollywood people, right? But that Hollywoodification of the discussion of video games is something that turns me into a frothing berserker. And not because it's important on the grand scheme of things, but because it's something I've been dealing with since I was, like, you know, old enough to pick up a magazine talking about Lara Croft. The rest of the news is fucking weirdos and odd stuff. All the while, incredible video games are getting released at a rate of knots. It is a wild and weird time, friends. Oh, well, Aeon, have a lovely rest of your evening, and to be continued, alright? GDC talk is getting interesting. Everything happens so much. And no, for what? Oh, and welcome. I think that's partially why I want to play Lorn's Law today. I want to just fucking... I want a simple world, you know? What do you do in Law's Law? You climb. You climb up, you climb down, but you climb. And I can do that. I can do that today. Like, I can't promise this is going to be an unboiled piss of an afternoon. But I can say that... Unhoffers, whatso and welcome. Sorry, if it seems like I'm flitting between. I'm just... you know, there's a couple of things you want to pop off on. And I don't know if it's going to bring any of us any joy. I don't know if it's going to bring any of us any joy. You know, I've been trying to keep a ninja balance on things, you know? Well, says trying to keep a ninja balance is clearly unbalanced. Tippity tappity makes stuff happy. I know. Okay. Sorry, so on this side, over here, there is someone who is a friend of a friend is doing their very first GDC. And I don't think I have the bandwidth this year to be like den mother or like squad leader. Like, I gotta wrangle myself. Though I am very proud, I managed to pull together a streaming in the wild kit for fuck and all. It's basically just phone mount, snap up light kind of thing. Probably cost me about $40 total. Nothing expensive, but I felt very proud of that. That was my my accomplishment yesterday, post stream. That and catching up on all of the current season of Invincible, which if you haven't seen it, it's a fucking misery slog with really good voice acting. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? Yeah, in the positive, I'm still using, what is it? Nubby's Number Factory to keep me sane. I haven't quite had the brain power to jump into, like, monster hunts and the equivocant. John Hawkes, what and welcome. It's so realistic. Though I did try the game we were talking about yesterday, Mechanized Corpse Rebirth. Or Cause, I should say. And it's MechWarrior. It's MechWarrior with different robots. And honestly, for $10, it's not bad. I'll drop it in chat if you want to check it out. Torcuno, what and welcome. No, Yeti, I specifically had to calm myself because of you. You know, I just had to You're all good. You're all good. Look, all right. There's a bunch of shit going on, and some of it sucks, and some of it is real world bollocks and does affect, you know, shit that we've got going on. So I'll talk about it as briefly as possible, but it is things to have in your noggin. So one thing that's been popping up a lot today is that there are a lot of individuals who aren't based in the US who are not going to GDC anymore. They have made the decision not to do it because they don't feel safe, and that's not a stupid move. All right. Tim Sweeney's a piece of shit, but really a piece of shit. Which, I mean, we knew, and it's not like he has a drastic impact on, you know, the workings of, you know, Fortnite and Unreal. Thankfully, with it being such a publicly traded operation, it's not like it's his baby brainchild that he controls. So, because I know we have some homies here that work over at Unreal and stuff like that, Epic and stuff like that. You don't have to worry, but fucking hell, what a dick. And those were kind of like the two big ones. GDC is charging a lot of money this year, and what it's going to end up being, no one has any idea. I'll be honest with you all, what I wanted to do was tomorrow is to do like a little round table, try and get everybody, kind of get a different bunch of opinions on the games industry right now, to talk about it and to understand it. And I have not been able to get a squad together. And I can't tell if it's people don't want to hang out with me, which has definitely been rattling around in my noggin, or like no one knows and no one wants to pontificate because, you know, you can ask a lot of hard questions if you're gonna go there. So I don't know what tomorrow's gonna be like. I might throw even the loosest of plans that I have out the fucking window and just do something fucking fun tomorrow, you know? Oh yeah, Fearless, absolutely, absolutely. Aftermath wrote a wonderful little article that was just log off, Tim. Log off. And it just opens with, if I had $5 billion, you would never see me on social media again. Now, I don't consider, like, Discord and our interactions to be a social media thing, you know. The Longship as a squad is probably closer to, like, a clan than a fandom or a space. We're a weird mishmash, and I love that. I would never want to be in a situation where I don't get to natter with you lot on Discord and stuff. And yeah, no, I'd probably do the same amount, you know, post my Gundams and things like that. So I guess I'm in a pretty happy place when it comes to social media, but then you see these obscenely wealthy bellends just getting stuck into every which way conversation. It's like, homie, shut up, go home, read a book, feed some crows. Like, so okay, that was my 2 minutes on it. All right. What I'm going to try and do is get together a talk show of peeps after GDC, because, like, you'll have the streams from me during, touch wood, assuming the fucking people that I'm supposed to be streaming for have paid to have internet on their stand, because they are not paying me enough to rent an IRL rig, that's for fucking sure. Dear friends, add a couple zeros to that paycheck and then we'll talk. So yeah. Fuck, I was going somewhere with that nonsense. Caffeine, what's up and welcome. Oh yes. What we'll do is a post-GDC kind of deconstruction, see where things are. I'll try and chat to as many people as possible and... Stop that incessant clicking. And get a sense for it. J-Post, that's real cool of you. Thank you. Because the thing that we've talked about a lot is kind of, you know... We've talked about the long term and the immediate. We haven't talked about that mid-section, like, what does the rest of this year look like? The question, I mean, fuck if I know. And in the corner of the games industry that we sit, you know, it's kind of like we already accepted that things are fucking weird and strange and different. And, you know, we made plans. Oh, Vanderbeest, did I say hi? I hope I did. So. All right. I want to touch on it a little bit, just a little bit, because it has crossed my feed multiple times. Okay. Oh, and Vanderbeest, what's our welcome. So, no, you know what? No. There is no piss to boil. There is nothing to be gained. There's nothing to be gained. Basically, there is currently an operation being put together by, I believe, the bloke who plays Astarion. He's getting all of his LA mates to basically form like not really a guild, not really a, you know, counter union, more of a cabal. I think they're called Pixel Pals or something like that. And I think that ultimately it will be a good thing because, like, the SAG-AFTRA game side is being treated kind of like garbage. And I think this will help go a long way towards, like, AI blockages, stopping of, like, AI voice performances, because we talked about that a lot yesterday and, like, the last couple of weeks and shit like that. Once again, I'm still pissed that Supergiant got dragged over the coals and that other people doing genuine bad and harm have just been like, oh, you little guys. But that's beef with me. Caffeine, essentially. And the thing is, it's an article in Entertainment Weekly, so it's structured for Hollywood people. It's one of those things that, like, there's quite a few bits in the article that cause me to want to start throwing bricks. And I have to remind myself that it's not for us. It's aimed at LA people, Hollywood people, right? It is essentially trying to garner more support from other parts of the LA, entertainment industry to help the video game side. Because, the strikes, the writer's strike went really, really well. The current video game performers strike is going very poorly. And it kind of feels like you can see which side got the support. So yeah, there was one point in the article about how they were complaining that performers don't get to promote the games, unlike Hollywood talent in movies, and it's just that reminder of, like, hundreds upon hundreds of people worked for 5 years so that someone could spend maybe a month, if it's a, word-heavy game, in the booth. The proportion of effort to fame ratio in certain situations gets really difficult. But then, of course, you've got people like Sam Lake who are involved, who is a huge creative part of, like, Remedy's whole thing, and has been a driving force in them doing their own, in-house style. So, I've just gotta not be an old curmudgeon about it. The problem is coming from inside the world. So yeah, alright, I'm good. I had my 4 minutes on that one. Right. How about them giant robots? Yeah, Sam Lake dancing brings joy, but also, like, Sam is a game dev, right? Sam is not a Hollywood actor or attempted Hollywood actor who was brought in on a project and was involved for a small sliver of that game's entire life cycle. Like, he there from go, right? You can tell by the way in which they do the projected video stuff inside of Alan Wake 2. Actually, no, they did it in Control as well, which was inspired. Save us, giant robots. That's what they're there for. Because now the man does a smirk and dance. Yeah, but, like, he was the face of Max Payne back in the day being silly. And, like, me and Solon got in on this, Chorby got in on this, and, like, looking up films that inspired the stuff that he does inside of, well, it's that Remedy does as a whole, and how his background in Icelandic cinema creates that weird style. Just very, very quickly again, because Sauron, giant robots. I had a putz around on this last night, the not Mech Warrior, and it's fun. Right now they don't have a campaign, so it's just instant action and putzing about, but it's Mech Warrior 3 with the serial numbers filed off. It's big, it's stompy, it feels good. And apparently, yeah, this was part of a Kickstarter project from a million years ago, which they actually restarted development of, like, yesterday with no fanfare. And it's only because apparently I had a key from 2015 that sprung back to life. not a legend, like, understandable, but it's one to keep an eye on. You know? It was kind of sad to see the MechWarrior Clan Wars be a flash in the pan. And I just keep thinking about how MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries was so close. Was so close to being a game of greatness. And to... I regret this. To Kitty, Watto and welcome! Talk about giant robots. Because everyone was very lovely, and let me have a little bit of a rant about things that do not matter. No, I just keep thinking that MechWarrior 5, it was this close to being something brilliant. And I don't know. Am I just chasing the old high of MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries? Hey, little fire, Watto and welcome. Giant robot games are fucking hard to make, and it is very difficult to make them successful. Like, well, make a large budget game successful in that space. And that's another kettle of monkeys. Oh. Fearless, I haven't tried it either. It did not play ball the last rig, and I haven't tried it since the new one. So Kitty, okay, so giant robot games are hard because predominantly there aren't a lot, there's multiple facets that come into it. So like, when we say like games with mechs in or giant robots, the difference between a game that is thematically about giant robots and one where you pilot giant robots are almost two separate genres, which is where it gets confusing. You know, a cutie patootie side-scrolling platformer that just happens to feature mechs is not a giant robot driving simulator. And those two experiences are very, very different from one another. Then, most of the big giant robot franchises, like, you know, Gundam, Battletech, etc., they're a legal mess. MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries almost didn't happen, because during its initial development, they put one of the forbidden mechs in the trailer, and Harmony Gold sprung into fucking action to ruin that day. Thankfully, MechWarrior Online saved it, and then they were able to use those funds, but like, Piranha Games has not been doing good. Now, Hawks, Armored Core 6 did slap. And what is fascinating about that is it does seem to be due to the From Software effect. Armored Core had a really, really loyal following for a long time, but around the same time that Dark Souls started really making waves, Armored Core 5, which was their most expensive Armored Core to date, ate shit in terms of sales. As an Armored Core fan, 5 is one of the weakest games in the series. It's just bad. It's just, well, it's not bad. It's just, wah, you know? And it also leads into another thing, which is, in car games, car people love cars. I know, I'm full of shockingly brilliant information today. Car people love car. Next time on Will Tells the Truth. With a lot of those kinds of games, people have specific cars that they love, and in giant robot games, it's very similar. But with that kind of like licensing, if you don't have a notable cast of mechs that people enjoy, they're going to be a little hesitant to drop cash. People will buy a mediocre Gundam game because it has Gundams in it, but they wouldn't buy a title of similar quality level that didn't have Gundams in it. You get me? Alright. Oh, Hawks. Like, we don't get eggs out here anymore. Anyway. With the Armored Core franchise, Armored Core 5, they changed all the designs, got rid of them, came up with a whole new set of designs, and people didn't care. They reduced the size of them. It was supposed to be about, like, urban combat and stuff like that. So users didn't really like the title, and all of their favorite mechs were gone. Now, Armored Core 6 has a whole bunch of new designs, a whole bunch of different stuff, but From Software now has such a huge fandom that they can be weird and experimental and stuff like that. So they can kind of, you know, buck the curse a little. But again, much like Monster Hunter, Armored Core has a die-hard following in Japan, long before it was a big international success. Like, being an Armored Core fan back in the day was like being a weird little, like, punky subgenre of people who, like, neck 7 monster energies and then see through space and time. The running joke about the fucking claw, which I still refute that the claw is real. I think it's the Japanese community trolling everyone. But hang on, let me see. Where's my controller? Now you have to imagine this is a PlayStation controller. There was a. Hang on. See, you know what? Let me see if I can find a good picture of it. It's not gonna look the same if I try and show you. Okay, Armored Core controller grip. There we go. So, I still think this is the Japanese community trolling us, but they were saying that the reverse claw grip. So you take the philosophy of doing that across that, and you flick it round so you can do all of the things. But it became famous. But it is worth noting that OG Armored Core did move that fucking quickly. That people were considering bizarre ways to rework their controllers so they could push everything all at once. And Blue Heron, welcome. Sorry, the fire alarm test that was supposed to happen today hasn't. Is now happening on Friday. I love that. I love that for us. I can plan my fucking life around it. Sorry, I'm back. So why don't giant robot games sell? Well, you're kind of appealing to a subset of a subset, and Armored Core doesn't play like a mech simulation game. It plays like a fucking jet fighter that's gotten itself face first into a bag of Skittles. Armored Core 6 is more of a blend of like their classic mech philosophy and fucking Sekiro, like welded together, and it works. But again, I don't know how much success they would have had they not this huge fandom, like rabid for whatever they put forth. You know, From Software have reached a point now where they're so successful that they can have these. Ah, thank you for the follow. I take it the big robot talk brought you in. And yeah, Hawks, Armored Core 6 controls beautifully. It feels like you are playing as a jet fighter with legs, right? So yeah. There have been many attempts to like launch new mech franchises over the years, and with varying levels of success. Again, like I said, mechs are as much a thematic concept as they are a mechanical concept, and that's where it gets all fucking weird. So like, I played the Sinduality game recently, and yeah, you play in a cool bunny mech, and instead of a mag, you have a floating waifu or husbando that does cool magic power stuff. It's an extraction shooter, which is weird, but to play it, you're playing a third-person shooter with jet skis, right? Soulsborne golf game, let's go. Hey, look! Night Rain is a return to FromSoft's development cycle of yore, and I like it. Yeah, Nova, I guess you still have the Yalden. What's up? I mean, I got this little dude, who I might be using as my makeshift mic stand. This is my action figure of Viking Gundam. They never actually made a model kit of this one. And in G Gundam, he has a boat and throws oars at people, you know. But he does have these cool little, like, you know, long ship shoulder pad setup, which I really very like. Now, obviously, Hawks, we would never ever condone pirating games on this Twitch.television. We would never do that. Ah, piss. Drop the controller. We would never do that. It is worth noting that From Software did have a foray into horror. I mean, FromSoft did a little bit of everything on very, very low budget, and that's how they were able to survive so long. Like, sorry to leap from one conversation point to another, but if you ever want to take a lesson from FromSoft, it's experiment. Well, so Hawks, technically, the PS2, the BIOS, you're not allowed to use anyone else's BIOS. So to emulate PS2 games, you need a BIOS with your emulator. That has to be flashed from your console to be legal. And we would never suggest doing anything else, and we certainly wouldn't write about it in a recordable format on the internet. Nothing in ASCII, friends. Nothing in ASCII. Kids these days, I tell you. Me being a fucking dork. But, yes, as Hawks is mentioning, From Software did have a spree of doing really weird, esoteric horror games. Now, would From Software return to horror? Probably not. I think they've reached a point now where any game they put out will receive a lot of attention, and the expectation of quality to cost is way too high. I would love it, Little Fire, I would love it if they do that, but I mean, they've developed such a distinctive style in terms of, like, strong world building into esoteric, like, lore. Whereas horror is always at a personal level, so I don't know. Yeah, DJ Coil, I don't know. I don't fucking know if I'm gonna make it. What I wanted to do today was the Elden Ring and Wine and Cheese night, but that is not happening. Oh no, and Bloodborne is fucking brilliant. Bloodborne is cosmic horror, right? There are some horrifying things, and the enemies are imposing, but, you know, it's more about the oh shit, oh fuck, we are just playthings on a cosmic scale, rather than the earlier FromSoft, you know, we're talking post-Clock Tower, you know, and that stuff's weird. Again, if you want to look into it, I will always take an excuse to recommend one of my favorite YouTube channels. Dungeon Chill has done some wonderful breakdowns on all of these. Like, feckin' Rule of Rose, feckin' Quan, or however it's feckin' said. There we go, yep. There's a plethora of good stuff. Now, here's one thing that I will see. Oh, I do think we're going to see more of, which is, so we've got Elden Ring, Night Punch, Night Rain, Night Fire, whatever it's bloody called. We got that coming up, right? Back in the day, FromSoft would do this thing where they would do one mainline tentpole, and then they would do one kind of, call it an expansion, call it a fork, or an experiment. They do one branching title from that, whilst working on other stuff. My favorite examples being Armored Core 4 Answer, and that weird as shit giant robot team management sim game they made for the PSP. I think it's more likely that we'll see these kind of like fractured offshoots. The only thing that they've said specifically is they're not going to make a game as big as Elden Ring again. Scion, how could I? Chromehounds, you know what? Chromehounds is fascinating. It is definitely a good example of you can be too good at you can be too good at mechanical design in games. If you haven't seen it, so Chromehounds was for the 360. I cannot remember who paid for it. Was it Sega? Yes. So it was one of Sega's attempts at multi-market goodness. Kitty, we are still on the subject of Stompy robots because we're coming back around. Chromehounds was fascinating because it was designed with all of the 360 architecture in mind, i.e. you have a headset, you have your little keypad, you're on Xbox Live, and you had to set up communication points between groups so you could get cut off from the rest of your group. These days, we all predominantly use Discord unless it's a game where using in-game comms is funnier. Users will predominantly use a third-party communication software. Unless you're a sadistic knobhead playing COD on open mic. But Chromehounds, hang on, let me show you some of it. I don't think it got it didn't get a Steam release. So this is Chromehounds. And Chromehounds is really fucking cool. Except for the mechanical design was too good. It was based around these, you can kind of see them here, these hexagonal modules. And the bigger your mech, the more of these hexagons you could, load up with weapons. You can kind of see the back of them here. Creating this really interesting, modular construction. Problem is, the modular construction resulted in nothing mechs. Like, they're too well designed to look like anything other than genera battle machine. So there's no visual identity to them. Like, Chromehounds is fondly remembered by everybody who had a chance to play it when it was live. But you ask someone to point to a Chromehounds mech, and they'll be like, So, Kitty, creating your own lore around a giant robot universe isn't... Well, I mean, okay, creating the lore of any universe is difficult. And creating something that has, interesting ideas and iconography is as difficult as it is in any space. If you want to see something that's more recent, more modern, and very fresh, Has Lancer crossed your feed at all? Has the artist behind Kill 6 Billion Demons behind it, and it's fucking brilliant. It's not... Okay, giant robot mechanical design is a very specific skill set. It is not easy. Like, most of the mechs that you know come from a handful of Japanese designers. There's a fucking family tree of about like 10 guys in Japan that are responsible for most mechs that you know. Designing them is not easy. And when you're designing a new set of robots, creating something that stands out and is also fucking cool is not easy. It's hard as shit. Flame Scion, yes, Verdict Day is the same thing as For Answer, like a forked version of the core title, but 5 didn't do good, and I've been told Verdict Day is a little better, but, you know, most people wrote it off. I know I did. something Steel Battalion. Well, so Steel Battalion got by on gimmick, right? The mechs of Steel Battalion are kind of cool. Right, let me bring them up, but you wouldn't know it. Because... No, not Steel Batarang. Fuck's sake. Alright. Because if you know Steel Battalion, you know it from this. A gigantic controller with dual pedals. Like, that is the hook, that is the gimmick, right? I will say the title mech that they used for their covers, way too generic, but, you know, a different time. Most of the combat in Steel Battalion, you don't really see the other mechs in their full glory. If you're close enough to be able to visibly identify them, then you're fucked. Oh, just very, very quickly. The Steel Battalion, fucking incredible. If you haven't come across it, the setup is usually anywhere from 500 to like 1.5k. They're expensive as all hell. But the hook is, as Gideon was saying, it had a... Was it Gideon was saying? Had an early... Yes. Had an early hardcore mode in that you have an ejector seat. You have to eject from your mech before your mech explodes. If you do, you're fine. If you don't, your save is deleted because you are your pilot, thus creating like a fucking cool setup. And Hawks, yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think Armored Core 6 has opened up a lot more people to the idea of giant robot games. But, like, I mean, nothing's gonna hit, like, Bloodborne. And Elden Ring sold every copy ever, deservedly so. Nova makes a good point. Stompy robots are a harder sell outside of Japan. Well, okay, outside of, like, you know, so, like, Japan, Taiwan, huge swaths of Indonesia are massive giant robot fans. China as well, but those markets don't cross as well. Like, English language territories never had the... We never had the Cambrian explosion of mechs. FASA was it for North America, and they faded. You know? Like, they rolled the dice, they did real well, but Battletech / MechWarrior never took hold, not like Gundam and shit like that. For those of you who are wee bobbies, gather round, let me tell you wee stories of giant robots. There was a time, friends, there was a time, actually I'm gonna see if I can find it, because fuck it. It's my show, I'm allowed to do what I want. Don't worry, this is going to make sense in a second. No, it's not. God damn it! Yeah, all right. Okay, so a million years ago, a little company called FASA was doing a very, very good job of taking over the heckin' world. Their tabletop books were selling gangbusters, and they moved into the field of virtual reality with online gameplay. Battletech centers popped up all across the US. And these are places where you would go, get in a fucking cockpit, and battle as teams of mechs with other people around the world, around the country. And they were using early rudimentary modem setups, but this was like fucking mind-blowing. You know, unfortunately these centers wouldn't survive the death of arcades, but that's not the kettle of monkeys. I'm gonna mute it so I don't get any strikes or anything, but this is one of my favorite videos of all time. This is Jim Belushi, who has been paid to be a tutorializer for the Virtual World Entertainment Incorporated Battletech Sim. Like, there was a time when every major city had a place you could go and pilot mechs with homies. Battletech never took root. The cartoon didn't hold. The toys didn't kick off. There was no Battletech the movie. And Microsoft ended up buying the IP because after FASA Corp... Oh yeah, these were the actual fucking simulators, or at least the early versions. The version 2s were kind of like rounded pods with a slide door. That's another story. FASA Corp actually didn't go out of business. They just sold their stuff to Microsoft and went, nah, we good. So yeah. There never was the Cambrian explosion of giant robot stuff here in the US. You know, some of the stuff from Japan took hold, Robotech, etc. But, you know, despite the attempts of movies like Robot Jocks and The Ilk, it never locked in. Which is kind of weird when you think about like the aesthetic of like 80s American cinema, but you can't win them all. Yeah, good old Robot Jocks. Great practical effects, rampant sexism, and just a little sprinkling of xenophobia. Good times, good times. There's nothing quite like having a VGA port in the back of your glove to really make you feel like a mech pilot. We need to do another Battletech-ness. We need to do another Battletech-ness. I keep saying this. No guts, no galaxy. Hey! Watto and welcome, friend. Guess who started talking about giant robots? This guy! Aperios, Watto and welcome. How was your stream? What were you up to? Like, come on in, come on in. Well, I'm very happy for you, Nova. I have had toast, and I have leftovers. Just very, very quickly, if any of you lovely people are not following Aperios Unlimited, you should. That's it. That you have to. Consider yourselves bullied into it. So Big Blue Heron, I have heard that philosophy, but like... Okay, if we're going by the ideal, the video game ideal, it is all about empowerment, right? You are a know-nothing nobody, and then your character picks up a gun, and then you are the person that brings, you know, victory and heroism to the day. The same theory should apply to giant robots. You hop in the cockpit, and you go from being a regular anybody to being the vehicle of change. You know, you improve your kit, you upgrade your mech, you get more powerful, and you blast the crap out of stuff. Oh, and Rebels, return welcome. And, okay, sorry. Let me just take a beat here, because we have... I'm not saying that all giant robot games are a failure in English language territories, right? What I am saying is that if you look at the sheer might of Gundam, like, Gundam's not as powerful as Pokemon, sure, but, like Gundam makes more money than everything. Like, makes more money than everything in DC put together, right? There are so many huge entities we have over here that are completely dwarfed, right? Like, I don't think there's an alternate universe where arcades survived, at least not in the rate. And so eventually, the virtual world centers were always going to be outclassed. Do you know what I mean? But, oh, sorry, because especially when you start getting up to MechWarrior 3, and you compare it to what the virtual world's gameplay was. Sure, you had the cockpit and it was awesome, but the game was already outpacing destructible terrain, incredible visual lighting effects, people who would scurry around that you could step on, you know? I mean, Gideon, the only thing the 40k people should be looking at the Gundam lot is being like, wait, yours only cost how much? So... I forget where I was going with this one. Yeah, I guess the TLDR of this whole little thing is that giant robot games are really hard to sell, so you've got to learn how to make them cheap, right? Success in video games, success in media it's an interesting conversation because, like, it means very different things to different people, right? And Scion, yes, and one of these fucking days, I'm gonna go back and finish Left Alive because I hate myself. But I'm gonna do it. Weirdly, Front Mission Evolution, I don't think I'd ever go back to it because it's bad and boring. Left Alive is offensively bad, but in a way kind of unlike anything. From the in-game commercials to the janky controls to the frankly insane AI, like, it's bad, but there's nothing else like it. But yeah, jumping back, like, what is success, right? Like, Titanfall as a series has persisted, you know, ultimately dwarfed by Apex Legends, but it's not a failure, even though EA's been trying to fucking kill it for years. And we have giant robot stuff, but it's just to understand the ceiling max of where it is in other regions, right? Oh man, Edwin, if they can, I'd love to talk to them about that. Oh, and if you're not down with the sickness like I am, Left Alive was a spin-off from the Front Mission series, which is one of Square Enix's properties, which for some reason they just really fucking hate. I don't know why. Front Mission came out of like the early SNES era Square when they could do no wrong. And they made a tactical turn-based mech game with locational damage systems, the plot of which was a high-stakes political thriller, and it was fucking good. I'm still enamored with it. Front Mission would continue to be like a weird experimental bed during the golden age of Square. Ultimately left on the wayside as their other titles started outpacing sales in international regions. Square, and then later Square Enix, shifted their focus from being Japan-centric to being more international, and Front Mission kind of got left. You know, there was a mobile game that was turned into a side story on I think the PS2 version of Front Mission first. Oh, and the DS version. Front Mission 4 was never localized. Was it 4 or 5 that was never localized? Oh no, 4 was released only in the US, 5 was never localized. Now there is a fan patch, or there are fan patches for a lot of the Front Mission series that was never released internationally. For example, one of my favorites, Front Mission Gun Hazard. But you would only be able to play those if you had a legal copy that you had flashed into an ISO. I would never, ever, ever tell you to look up the ROMs and fan translation patches and get them working for yourself. I would never tell you to do that. That would be wrong and bad. Yeah, Square Enix having a weird take of their IPs? Nah. Look, Square Enix used to be this great big weird dysfunctional happy family, right? And then little Final Fantasy, little Timmy grew up to Final Fantasy VII, and it all changed. And then there was the Spirits Within and the Square Enixing, you know, the weird marriage that no one really approved of, but no one could say no to. And the rest was history. No, you know what? Sometimes they say, friends, the problem shared is a problem halved. I am not going to share what I just saw. Not now. Let's keep talking about robots. Let's play some video games. Okay. I mean, fuck. Video games, am I right? So, Perios, sorry, no, jumping back. What was the game you were trying to play? Is it still Fragpunk? Because I know that's been doing very well. Oh, Cable Clip, that's heckin' cool. Front Mission had a system where if you could land a critical hit on the central point, you could potentially kill the pilot and steal the mech. There were some rare mechs that you could only get with like a, 1 in 100 lucky shot on specific levels. I know this because I played it. Yeah, the Enixing of Square, Hawks. I like that. Some people are still mad about it today. I have a friend who still refuses to call them Square Enix. Blood runs deep. Blood runs deep! I'm going to get Lorn's Law going, but let's keep talking about this. Do any of you play Pokemon Go still? I mean viewer rewards. There's no viewer rewards for Lorn's Law. What the hell? Okay. That's not Square Enix. It's Square Enix. Ah, there we go. Man, that's fucking weak. That's fucking weak. Now, you know what? We're gonna climb. We're gonna do cool shit. We're gonna do cool shit. Yeah, Rebels, that was me internalizing. That was me internalizing and grounding, I believe it was called. You know. We are under no obligation to share bad news all the time, constantly. And the games industry is no different. Alright? Jumping back, just what Aperius was saying about Fragpunk, in that they have found their footing, which I'm really glad. Launch day, they are at 40k. They hit 100k concurrent, which is very, very good on Steam. So I'm glad to hear it. I guess I meant grounding the lightning of it. I don't remember how to fucking play this. It's been a week. Right. So if I remember rightly, I've got that to click. I can now do that. Alright. Oh, and friends, look, I'm really sorry that I've been all over the place today. You know, the shit's just getting on top of me. Happens to the best of us, I know, and I am one of the luckiest fucking people alive because I get to hang out with you lot. And I want to focus on that, you know? I do like talking about giant robot stuff because it's such a weird little subset. Giant robots are so iconic in video games and yet very infrequently represented. But okay, here's the thing. But I don't know if this will break your brain or if this is a point of interest. We have more giant robot games than we have games about pirates. Oh, man, the lighting on this is so fucking good. What about giant mech pirates? Not nearly enough. Unfortunately, the Gundam series, Gundam Crossbones, it's only currently a manga, which is Pirate Giant Robots, is one of the worst manga series I've read of all time. It's fucking terrible. But the mechs are so cool! Aperios, you joke, but we're all gonna have to survive the fucking Minecraft movie soon. Jesus, this place is fucking massive. I can't even see the top of it. This is RuneScape. Actually, Little Fire, did I show you the game of bugs that's like FPS RuneScape? Oh, we sliding. Yeah! Give me that crystal! Okay, no crystal for me then. Fine. I want that crystal anyway. It's a stupid crystal for stupid people. I feel like I've gotten us into severe trouble here. I guess I have to avoid just fucking hitting the sides. Oh. And J-Post would like a shark fact. Quasi, I had a great time going and seeing the G-Quacks, the Gundam movie. It was really good fun. I am currently in the process, as you mostly know, of I'm trying to watch every live-action video game movie ever made, which is a lot more than you think. The Minecraft movie is going to hurt me, and I need to go with a group of people to the cinema to see it as like a pact, you know. We're still on shark births here. J-Post, Aperios. Birth is usually a rapid process to protect the newborn pup from enemies waiting to take advantage of the female and young in difficulty. Remoas are often nearby, waiting for the afterbirth, which they eat quickly. This reduces the likelihood of predators, including other sharks, being attracted to the birth scene. Thanks for that. I'm counting that as 2, though that was probably 3. Favor 6, which gate? Because there's the one that's the JSDF propaganda. And then there's the one about weirdo time travel, which did get a bunch of adaptations that are surprisingly good. Oh. We have to follow the owl. Got a little crystal cave. I don't think we'd be playing Spelunking, the video game, but here we are. Look at the come now with snack sack. Hey, you did that to you. I didn't put that on you. You know, you made me read that out. I'm blaming you wholeheartedly. Fucking another one. As a precaution against complications during birth, sharks are born tail first. The pup stands a better chance of survival if its head is protected. Thanks, I hate it. Oi. There we go. Was that water? Are we in trouble? I think we're in trouble. This is fucked up. So, Aperios, to give you the TLDR. So, we are an android. And we were living in this, you know, happy little garden spot. And we have decided to explore the world outside of our little area. It appears to be this gigantic, impossible superstructure. Which we have been exploring now for weeks, months, years. The game is essentially about, like, free climbing. Trying to make our way down this impossible structure. It's very reminiscent of Blame. I don't know if you ever read that. We just got to this area at the end of last stream. And it seems to be predominantly about, you know, exploring in the fucking darkness. And it's pretty fucking terrifying. I can't believe you got me the fucking sharks. Ah. Can't get your robots wet.
It's the prologue for the Descent movie from the looks of it. Also, what hope?
Hey, Scotty, what unwelcome. Oh. Well, okay, sorry. So joking aside, this is not a horror game. I know it fucking looks like it, but it's genuinely not. It's a puzzle game, certainly. It has these impossible structures to navigate, but, like... there's nothing chasing you. Hell, some of the challenges can be, like, timing-based, and you're allowed to just turn those off. Oh, you're right, it does feel a little bit like fucking Claustrophobia Sim 2020. The hole! I found it! I found it. Only took me 2 streams in 6 years. I got the thumbnail all set now. But yeah, sorry, just to continue the questions, like, we don't know... another set of landmarks. Another hole above, chasm too far, below the crystal cave. Don't listen to it. Through the crystal cave tunnel. Take the river to the pipe. Okay. Oh, there we go. So yeah, we don't know how this massive superstructure was built. We don't know what happened to the people who used to be here. We've encountered, like, one human who was in, like, a fucking catatonic state. Thanks to bad mushrooms. Wait. You've got to get up to get down, right? Wait. Darn it! Oh. There we go. Shut up. It's fine. Everything's fine. Scotty, it has been a week. It has been a week. Yeah. I'm trying to be, Oh, thank you. I will take that as my official title from now on. And, Aperios, that's Mr. the Hole Finder to you. Wait, so it said the hole was up leads to the chasm. We want to head down towards the crystals, right? Oh, this is down. I've got myself very lost. I mean, if we've got to go anywhere, let's go towards the crystal fucking caverns. That sounds cool as shit. Golden. Yeah. Oh, and I end up fucking up and going up. Yo, these look like crystals. Are these crystals singing? I'm sure it's fine. Anyway, I'm sorry, friends. I can't leave it alone. The thing that happened today was Niantic have been bought by the Saudi investment fund. So Saudi Arabia now owns Niantic. They were bought by a company called Scopely, and Scopely is owned by the Saudi investment fund. And there are too many of my industry friends who are ready to kind of jump on the Saudi bandwagon because, you know, they're the only ones with money right now. And, like, Aperios and I have talked about this a lot and how, you know, the esports scene is currently basically being preyed upon because there's no money right now. So, you know, Saudi Arabia is essentially sports washing through esports, which sucks. And like, there's loads of crappy shit right now, and I'm sorry to bring it on up. Is that a little guy? No, it's a contraption. I thought it was a little guy. Alright, so Bacon's saying not quite. So Niantic is still its own thing. It's only Ingress and one other game that's their IP. The locational IPO stuff is being spun off into its own company. Alright, let's have a look. Because the thing is, Bacon, I didn't poke at it. Usually I would read up on this stuff before discussing it with you all. So let's have a look. Actually, so Bacon, it doesn't look great. Scopely is acquiring Pokemon Go and Niantic's video game business. So Niantic is going to continue, but the stuff that we all like and use. The deal will see Scopely purchase Niantic's internal development teams and major titles, including Pokemon Go, Pikmin Bloom, and Monster Hunter Now. It will also acquire the companion app services Campfire and Wayfarer. So, Niantic keeps Ingress and a crap load of money and sells Pokemon Go to Saudi Arabia. Oh, and they're using it to fund fucking AI business stuff. Fucking brilliant. Oh, friends, ignorance is bliss some days. I'm sorry. Says isn't going to talk about thing. Talks about thing. Just. I don't know. I'm having one of those days where I'm struggling to keep it on the positive. And what better way to counteract that with the game that makes me steer with my butt more than any racing game you've ever played before? Yeah, and Digital and Monster Hunter now. The thing that's annoying me is how many people I know in the industry who are leaping to defend this move. And I want to yell at them. I want to fucking yell at them. I really do. Like, it's real easy to have morals when it doesn't cost you anything, right? I get it. We're all hurting for funding right now in video games, and it sucks. I'm not trying to pretend like it's super duper easy right now, but, you know. Okay, I'm gonna do some Crystal Crazy stuff. And if you also played Crystal Crazy as a youngling, then we can be friends. You know? If you talk a big game about, you know, supporting, you know, queer folk, trans folk, supporting your, you know, rainbow friendos when it's, you know, everything's happy and wonderful and easy, and then go and sign with the fucking Saudis. Like, what the fuck? A country that is currently celebrating that they have allowed women the right to drive cars. They're celebrating that. Sorry. If you want to look up Saudi Arabia and why it's terrible, get a bevy in you first and don't do it late o'clock at night. Yeah, well, DJ Quill, that's the thing, is there's multiple different operations. So, Scopely is one, Savvy Games Group is another, and they are themselves supposed to be their own entities, but they're wholly owned and funded by the Saudi Investment Fund, which, if you don't know, the royal family of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, basically just has a big chunk of change which they use for investments, like kind of like a venture capital fund, but it's owned by the royals. Like, it's fucked up. All right. And look. All right. Perios, you fucking terror. We're leaping between. Game fishermen deliberately pursue female sharks since they are generally larger than males. Sometimes the trauma of being caught. Oh no! That's horrible! I'm not even showing you that picture. I don't like sharks. They are my greatest fear, and you don't need to see that. What the fuck? Man. DK in 2002 did not give a shit about what they were showing children. That was not a fun fact. That was a shark fact. Woohoo! Outbeat. Okay. So it's like, okay, if you work for a company, and that company gets sold to someone like Savvy or the ilk, like, I fucking get it. Right? We all gotta eat. But, you know, what I'm seeing is a lot of friends, like, celebrating this nonsense on social media and shit like that, and making me want to scream, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? You know? God. I have a feeling I'm going to be fucking insufferable at GDC this year. I think my fuck it-ometer has reached an all-time high. And I can see myself getting uninvited from a few places. But, like, we can't be the only corner of the internet looking at this and going, what the fuck? Like, we can't be. Okay, thank you for letting me rant on that one. I apologize. I tried to keep that one on... I tried to keep that one on the inside, and it was chewing at me while I was playing this, you know? A bunch of empty containers. The cans normally contain nutrient-dense liquid energy source. The amount of cans suggested the explorer was here a few days, likely looking for more supplies. I guess, Gideon, and I guess it's because, like, you know, I predominantly spend my time in games industry spaces, and none of them are saying fucking boo to a ghost. Curious to what these little, like, generators are. Okay, okay. It's out of my system. Thank you for letting me rant on that one. You know? Now, I do understand once again that I'm in a very, very lucky position, right? You lot keep me alive. I don't have to spend this GDC running around desperately hoping Mr. McBusiness is going to bless us with his presence so that we might be able to continue the things that we love. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! You know? And I do acknowledge that. It's been real hard. There's been quite a few friends who were over at Rebellion, and they've cut back. Strange place. Fuck! I broke my bones. Me in game spaces? Well, Aperios, not after this fucking GDC, where I'm just gonna be unhinged. Whew. I'm just gonna be unhinged. So GJ Coil, I don't think it's not. Okay. I often get a bit prickly on the discussion of like generational elements because quite often they don't seem to stop and appreciate that it's not a generational thing so much as the world fucking changed. You know? The commercialization of like, let's use grunge for example, because most of you are Seattle-wise. You know, grunge was its own weird little subculture that isn't... Okay, it is from Washington State. It is not from Seattle proper. The grunge scene is in all the poor-ass fucking towns around Seattle. They're not affluent parts of the world. They fucking suck. And grunge as a subculture was found, commodified, and turned into a product, essentially. You know, the air quotes selling out at that point was a removal from the culture that was in, the commodification of art, and then it's, you know... I'm trying to think of the last part of this one. The sheer weight and power of the music industry and how it used to command and destroy lives cannot be understated in this, right? See also, Real Big Fishes sell out. These days, like, essentially, music turned into a gig economy. Aside from a handful of the super artists, like, you don't get to that space. And between here and there, like, how the fuck do you survive as an artist? You know? A YouTube sponsorship can be selling out, but 9 times out of 10, it ain't. You know? And it's the same thing that one's integrity is brought into question when you take a corporate sponsor, right? But no one's pissed that you got a sponsorship with, I don't know, Jefferson Snack Cakes. They might be pissed off if you took it from an evil company that destroys people's lives. You know? People are held to account for the sponsors that they pick. This video brought to you by fucking Raid Shadow Legends. You know? Raid Shadow Legends have become a meme, but they're not evil, right? And sorry, DJ Coyle, I'm not saying this to pick on it. It's just that, you know, we are now in a world of direct communication, right? I don't need to be sponsored by... Oh, fuck you. Not you, specifically, sorry. I don't need to be sponsored by Jazzy Jeffy B to be allowed to stream on Twitch. Back in the day, if you wanted to make music... beans. You had to have a publisher. Now, if you want to make music, you just make it. Whether people find it or not, that's another story, but we'll get to that. Whereas now...
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Beans, no.
Weapons online. All systems
I fucked up. Hey, Clank. What's-ho and welcome. Come on in, friend. Come on in.
Hello and what ho?
I'm trying to make this jump here, and I think I need to ricochet off this pipe, and I'm not doing it well. Ah. All it took was a what-ho and hello from Clank. And we nailed it. But yeah, like, you all get it. Now we boil that down to, like, the setup here, and... Because I've been talking a lot about sponsorships this week, because we're in scary fucking times. You know that, I know that. And the long ship so far has survived because you lot have kept me going. But it can't be on your shoulders alone that this place continues. That's not fair on you, alright? So I want to find some long-term sponsors. But we're fucking weird, right? I am not an internet celebrity. There aren't a squillion people here. And yet, we've been able to do this. Oh, no. Oh, no. 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 How did I bring that back? How did I bring that back? We've been able to survive as a group together, coming up on 7 years now. That is bizarre and wonderful. I need to find some people who are willing to throw cash at us to keep this whole thing going. Longship sponsored by Strange Scaffold. Like, that would be fucking great. But hell, like... Ah, beans. We're still part of the Strange Scaffold Patreon. I no longer have dogs to put in the games, but, you know, we still support the Zalavirian operations. And it's worth noting that, like, Zalavir makes that shit run by having, like, multiple irons in the fire at all times, right? There's the publishing from Frosty Pop. There's the... God, I think there was one other publisher. Then there's the funding from sales and the rest. Like... And Strange Scaffold runs on a skeleton crew, i.e. just Zalavir, and then rotating people based on projects, you know? The gig economy of it is very pronounced, but that's how it's surviving. Oh yes, Outer Sloth as well. Why does it say I can climb that light? It's so weird. Sorry, there's a piece to this puzzle I'm missing because I'm talking. I'm a fucking idiot. No. I think that was the way. Yeah, I think it was a ricochet up that side. So yeah, so like, these days, you know, getting a deal and selling out are very different. But we have seen people sell out and get fucking dragged for it. Beans! Beans! And again, I just want to go back to what I was saying earlier. It's like, one of the loveliest things that Rami ever said to me was that we've all had to work shitty jobs. You know, I was working for a tech company, and that tech company was not on the fucking level. God darn it. Crunch. And I wasn't handling it well, you know? I know right now in this day and age it's a very, very fucking privileged thing to say, but, you know, I got into games because I care about games, right? And here I was going from being a community manager to being a B2B salesman for tech that I did not believe in. You know, I can say that. That's my personal opinion. And I was real good, you know. I did what needed to be done, but I still felt like I was peddling something I didn't believe in, and it was crushing me. Beans. Yeah, bed-to-bed salesman. A lot of naps. A lot of naps. Okay. Alright, you bastard. You will not break me. I said to the fucking... Ah, damn it! Oh, you absolute shitlord. I touched one of the pipes on the way down, so it's like, oh, did you want to be here? No, I don't want to be fucking here. Oh, set me back. Note to self. Start violence. This game does have full damage. I wish it didn't. No! No! I'm going down. This is not good. This is some Bennett Foddy shit right here. Okay. Fuck! Breathe, breathe. Breathe. The thing that Rami said to me was like, you know, we've all had to work shitty jobs at some point, and it doesn't define you, right? But taking money from companies that you know are actively doing harm, like, get fucked. That's a different kettle of monkeys. And I think, going back to DJ Coyle's point, like, that shit people do get dragged for. People do get dragged for selling out. And fucking rightly so. Alright, we're back to where we started. I love that for us. Now, where the fuck are we going? Where do we go now? Alright, doesn't want to be fancy with that. Okay, I don't get to jump off that. Let's take a breather. And yeah. So yeah. All I have to do in the coming months is find somebody who's has the money to sponsor us, knows what we do, cares about what we do, and isn't a villainous piece of shit. Simples, right? So simple. That's the shit that keeps me awake at night. But, hey, that's why this is a job. And hopefully it's why you lot trust me not to be a piece of shit. Hopefully. Okay, let's change topic. Because I am spiraling as I am ascending. One thing that's going to be really interesting in the coming year is studios announcing that they're like being bought by a publisher, if it does continue to happen, is no longer going to be met with cheers. Like, there was a time when it's like, oh, your favorite studio is going to be signing with Sony or Microsoft, and it'd be like, yo, that's fucking cool. No, please don't send me back. Oh, thank fuck. I mean, Scotty, I'm trying to find a way to put it into wanky business terms without sounding like a complete tosspot, which, let me tell you, is not easy. Like, how do you explain the fucking longship? We're always 50 people. Like we have a bar and we have an occupancy of 50. Almost. We used to be one of the big heavy hitters over on Humble because the amount of video games that we go through and talk about and experience, you know, having a place where we could be like, oh, if you just want to get this game, pick it up here. We were a fucking powerhouse. Actually, last point on, you know, contracts and selling out and all that weirdness, you know, like, one of the reasons why we don't have a Humble partnership anymore is they moved to a third party, and that third party is sketchy as shit. I checked the site, they had generative AI on their setup, and I'm like, nah, I do not trust them. Now, is it harder not having Humble as a partner? Yes. Like, that was, considering how much in the way of games you all pick up, that was a lot each month. You know? And I definitely fucking miss it. Hey!
Do I get a mug over the bar? Viking 64 Tiny Will.
So DJ Coil, I love the idea of that, except for where the fuck would I put them? Where the fuck would I put them? My fucking house would be full of mugs. And Favor 6, I think it's just because Microsoft kind of burnt the goodwill. They burnt it to a fucking crisp. Like, for a brief period, we thought that Microsoft were going to be the good guys, right? That they were going to help all these devs weather the storm that was coming. And they didn't. They bought up a bunch of studios, and they laid a fuckload of people off, and closed studios, and got rid of people. You know? I think that was the last time big publisher acquisitions felt good. And now they're gone. And DJ Coil, I am immediately horrified. No, okay, not horrified, terrified. Sorry if I've told you this, but just because, you know, what was it? We had a new person pop in today. A million years ago, due to varying fuckery, I couldn't turn on bits and subscriptions when I was streaming all the time. It was a while before I could. And when the time came, I decided, yo, I am going to do a campaign of XCOM 2. And every person that signs up, every person that subs, I'll make a character for. Looking at the number of people hanging out, which was still around about 50, like, alright, so let's assume there's going to be 40, 50... let's assume 50 people hang out. Of those, maybe 20, 30 are going to subscribe. And then let's assume there'll be a few gifted subs. So let's assume 40 people, maybe 50 at tops. We had to make 250 characters. It took 10.5 hours. We had to speed the last ones because it was in Ket's room, and Ket's like, I need to go to bed, you fucks. It's a good time. The idea of creating a real or virtual mug club is very, very funny. And then I'm immediately afraid. Because you lot are fucking powerful and you scare me. In a good way. You scare me. Verdant says, I remember how sad I was when Minecraft was bought by Microsoft. And then how happy I was that Minecraft was bought by Microsoft. Fucking yo. Oh yeah, DJ Coil, the Longship's power to do something for the bit might be second to none. But I've never tested it because I would probably lose. Yeah, so Fearless, yeah, jumping back, like, the ABK acquisition, a lot of us were really hopeful. Because, you know, at the time, Microsoft were seen as, I mean, they were corporate, meaning not good. But, you know, Microsoft had inclusion teams and shit like that, you know? And especially all the stuff that was coming out about Blizzard, like, fucking hell. I just can't seem to hook off those little things. Yeah, Simple Chaos is that one bit I keep sticking to. Or I'm looking at the wrong thing. See, annoyingly, these little nubules I can't hook onto. Same with the wall. All I can do is like a little shimmy scooch. Oh, god damn it. At Night Valen, I am doing very badly. But I'm here. I am streaming. We are attempting to climb this. And we're talking about, I mean, everything and nothing. And now I'm talking about fucking sharks again, thanks Simple Chaos. All animals live to a rhythm dedicated by the sun and the seasons. Ha! That is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. These are translated into patterns of behavior such as sleeping, breeding, and migrating. This book tells lies. Next you'll tell me there's a circadian rhythm. So, fanatical games. I haven't come across them before. Key site. So Chonorus, Fnatic is owned by Fandom. And I forget who Fandom is owned by. Okay, Chico, who owns Fandom? Fandom is owned by Texas Pacific Group, TPG Capital. Who also owns Metacritic, GameSpot, and TV Guide. Yeah, Fandom is the wiki monster. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, Chonorus, great suggestion, great idea. Thank you for looking. This is when I say, like, I look into this stuff, I do. They're not a grey market or black market key seller, which is good. Yes! Oh, I'm so good at games! I am the video gamesman! That's my official title now. Yeah. I like how the crystal is just there if we want it, but it involves absolutely having to reclimb this whole fucking mess. I'm like, you know what? I am good. I am good. Woohoo! Oh, let me breathe for a second.
Will, Mr. the Hole Finder, video games man over God.
You know, I kind of wish I hadn't said what I said out quite so loudly, as I have a feeling that whole thing about finding the hole finder, is going to haunt me for many years to come. I need to talk less. Oh, my fucking life. Oh. Oh, fucking hell! Back of the net. I never got to get into urban exploration. Like, when I was young enough to do it, I lived, you know, in the arse end of nowhere. Chichester doesn't
Why would
have,
you
like...
think that anything you say would haunt you? Rest in grease, Bacon.
Well, I didn't say anything to... Bacon's not dead! Oh, my fucking life. Bacon is not dead. You lot that started saying that Bacon died, and Bacon did not help the situation. And now I live in fear of the... No. Oh no, we're good, we're good. I live in fear of the FTC being like, did you take money for a fake funeral? I'm like, no! Let's be very careful with this stuff. Okay, Jesus, this climb. If we get to the top and it's like, oh, sorry, you went up when you were supposed to go down, I will cry. No, okay, but seriously, simple chaos, numbers. Like, I really apologize. I've been talking about money so much the last couple of days. Like, things are fine. You know, I'm not rolling around in a great big pile of money, but I've got pizza in the freezer for when I get hungry, or I can make myself like a fucking toddler lunch or something. I made a bunch of risotto, so I've still got, like, you know, pre-made meals. Like, I'm doing good. The nuggies are good, right? I just, you know, like anyone right now, I'm thinking about how we keep this going. How this keep going, right? And that is something I dedicate a lot of brain power to, and it's something I'm gonna, alright? Because you lot, you know, I'm not just blowing smoke. I fucking love doing this. Not this impossible climb up this mountain. Like, this is probably going to give me some sort of complex. But I love streaming. I love streaming for you lot. I love that I get to do this, and, you know, I want to keep doing it for as long as is humanly possible. Right? And that means having to be the fucking grown-up sometimes. Believe me, nobody wants to be the grown-up. No! God, fucking damn it. Okay. So, mixing it up. I will say, like I said, I never got to do urban exploration as a kid because, like, you know, there are no abandoned buildings in Chichester. There is actual history, which is kind of cool, but... and by the time I moved to the kind of cities where you could do that, you know, it wasn't as much of an option. Whoa! Skills. I got them. Sick tricks. I has them.
This is like someone miniaturized us and put us inside the Windows Pipeworks screensaver.
God, yeah. Or like a horror game where the infinite growing pipes have been left to run. And Scotty again, like, thank you for the bits. Good at math. Woo! Have you noticed, friend, there's no music in this. It's all just ambient, like, soundscapes. I mean, hell, I don't even know how much of this you can hear. Oh, I can use my climbing picks again. There we go. Actually, so Favor 6, I know it's not what you meant, but, you know, Scanner Sombra was a was a Game Jam game that got turned into a full title. I played the original short. It was so clever. I forget the exact terminology for it. Scanner Sombra is a spelunking game where you use like a laser scanner to paint a picture of the pitch black cave system that you're in. God, that game's fucking inspired. It's a LiDAR scanner, thank you. Yeah. Oh, actually, and Simple Chaos, big agree. Also, the fact that with this title, it feels like you're going where you're not supposed to. Even though the whole game is constructed, like... You know, there's nowhere we're going in this that the creators didn't, you know, plan for or put together. I don't like that. But it feels like we are exploring a place we're never supposed to go. I think that's really fucking powerful. Yeah, you know what? Portal did that really, really well with the bits between levels. Whew! This game is less can androids pray and more can androids fucking swim. Smooth. You know, when people talk about stuff like really good level design, they mean shit like this. The other one that's always worth talking about is any game that feels like a real, like, constructed environment that you don't get lost in. Because, you know, we've never done a stream of the SCP game. The fucking famous one. That's like the Nine-Tailed Fox or whatever it is. The free one on Steam. Because that one is fascinating because very similar to like Backrooms type design, it creates a place that is normal and yet feels impossible and horrifying. Oh, sorry, let me jump back because you're making some great points and I was too in the zone. Oh! Numbers was hearing a yawning sound periodically. It's actually their high-strength Rancor's character's idle animation. That's the best one I could come up with. The elevator pitch for this game, when I first heard about it, was breaking out of bounds sim and the devs know the escape route. Ooh! Dustin says, hot take, Scanner Sombra and Unfinished Swan are opposite ends of the discovering the depth of the colourless world. I don't think that's a hot take. I think it's a great way of looking at it. In Unfinished Swan, you cause chaos to see the true beauty in the world. In Scanner Sombra, you use your tool to see the hidden meaning in the world. And it is... Oh, flow driver for the fluid pipes. Downloaded documentation suggests rotating the lever to the left will open up the flow to the main cliff area. Alright, so what do we do? Just fucking powerbomb it? Yep. Hey, I broke it. Not sorry. But yeah, so, as I'm sure you probably guessed, there's a certain amount of Scanner Sombra that ends up being very haunting. You know, you're in the dark. There is no natural light other than the radar you bring with you. There's no natural light. There's just, you know, the tool that you've brought with you. Fuck. Biff that jump. And so you're trying to, like, map out an environment in the pitch darkness. That definitely has more of the descent to it, you know what I mean? It's fucking good, though. Fuck. Whoa. So DJ Coil, I can't remember if did we stream Babidi? Or am I thinking of a different title? No, we streamed Babidi. I think we did. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Stop jumping in fucking pond, mate. Yeah, let me just check to make sure I'm not blowing smoke, because there was one that somebody mentioned to me the other day, which I've had on the list for ages. Yeah, no, we did that back in 2023, so it was certainly not new, but the glorious, impossible environments of that was so fascinating. God, I have not clenched my arse this much in a long time. No, I will not be providing further information on that statement.
A cannibal only the digits off hands. He only enjoyed finger foods.
God damn, that's bad. It's Kira Zero, how are you doing? What's and welcome. So about that arse clenching. No further comments. Whew. Do you know what's weird? Is how much this feels more difficult than it is. You know how some games, they make you feel like they're really fucking hard? This is one of them, and yeah, I'm kind of quite happily bimbling my way through it. I am Bimble Lord. Fuck. Call me Keller Bimblord. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was going for a thing there. It did not land. It did not land. Oh. All right, all right. Let's take a breath. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. And I'm going to say something. When I do, I want to type in the first game. Oh no.
Two cannibals sat around a pot cooking a clown. One says to the other, "He tastes funny to you?"
I see you too have played Space Station 13. And Scotty, thank you for the bits. All right, all right. Clear your mind. I'm going to say a thing to you, and I want you to just write the first game that springs into your mind. You don't have to justify it. You don't have to think about it. Just, when I say best level design, what springs to mind? I'll leap around a little bit. And again, you don't have to justify it. Like, this isn't a flavor test or what have you. And just, yeah, what springs to mind in that one? Because Celeste is an incredible pick. Because it is brilliantly put together. Oh. An explorer died in a sitting position. Their left shin is broken and there are no supplies nearby. The bones are over 150 years old. But they're moving. We were always adventurers, pursuing boundaries with our hikes in the conversation areas. When we found this place, we couldn't believe it. We didn't understand what it was. Why was there a massive tunnel deep beneath the mountain caves? We kept coming back, going further and further without telling anyone. It felt like a secret we had to keep. Like, we shouldn't be here or tell anyone about it, but at the same time we were drawn in. Then we found these caves near the chasm. We pushed so far that we couldn't get back out. I'm glad you're here, though. At least I won't die alone. Man, buddy. But it says the explorer died. Fuck. Okay, so yes, Celeste is an incredible choice, and one of the things that I often think about is the way in which Celeste was created also acquiesced to the... I shouldn't say acquiesced, that sounds bad. It also worked so well with the way in which they implemented, like, accessibility options and stuff like that. Kira Zero says, Goof Troop for the SNES. I might ask you to explain your workings out there. Star Fox 64, fuck yes. The best Independence Day game we ever got. God, I played that level so many times. Virals. Why are you like this? Dark Souls 1, yes. I forget what the term is that most people use for it, because I don't like it, but the way in which you explore an environment and then you like kick down a ladder or unlock a door, and suddenly it becomes, one, more of an open world environment, and two, it becomes much more contained. The path to get to the shortcut is a long and winding road, but once you unlock it, it opens the whole thing up. Thief 2 The Metal Age, good shout, good shout. If you say something to fuck you, Chemical Plant Zone. Chemical Plant was never our friend. So who are we talking to? Dude has been dead this whole fucking time. What the fuck? Videogames, am I right? Oh. Pits! Did I just get us very stuck? I hope not. I really hope not. That would be bad. So Viral says their real answer is Super Meat Boy. That's the first thing I thought about, how I could sit down and remember examples that felt were better. I mean, that's why I was asking for like your reflex. Because to sit and discuss it, like level design these days is like fucking 8 different disciplines that have all been crammed together. Oh, I think I really might have actually broken it. What the fuck?! I got stuck. It has now put me back at the very fucking beginning where we started today. I am so fucking... I am white hot livid. I'm hoping. It's an hour and a half. Fiddly, violent climbing, and it has reset me back the fuck here. I want to scream. I want to scream. I want to scream and fight someone. And in a game with no combat in, there's no one to fight! I got stuck in that little area. And I couldn't get back up again. So I hit T, which restarts it. Right? That's what should have happened. And it put me back at the beginning of the fucking level. All of that, wasted and lost. I'm gonna go put the kettle on. You do not need me screaming to that degree in your ears, dear friends. Here's some fishing. Please fish. I think Little Fire's custom fish and a bunch have been added since last time we played this. I need to breathe for a second. So I will be back with all of your lovely selves in a sec or two. Alright? And caffeine. That's a record-breaking piranha. Well done. I might put this where you can get the full. That's an eagle ray. How rad. Yeah, we can put it there. That should be fine. Oh, no, I'm sorry about that, friends. I am definitely very highly strung right now, and that is some industrial grade bullshit. Like, and Jamami, I definitely had some similar problems with the Geometry in Paradise Killer, and but I managed to get through it. I just can't believe we had all of that set back. See, it kind of speaks to, the nature of games. Oh, do you know, I can just make myself some fries and chicken nuggets if I want. I can just do that. Yeah, and caffeine, yeah. You're right. It's not an apologies type thing. One of the reasons in video games that anything that deletes progress or save games is always considered like an A-class bug is because there's nothing that sets people off. Like, I'm only going to use the term because it's in my fucking brain from talking about it the other day, but so the magic circle, right? The magic circle is kind of the agreement between the creator and the player. You know, between the user and the dev. And there's certain things that are fine, right? Like, empirically, there is no difference than what happened to me. Scientifically, there's no difference than what just happened to me than, say, like, something like Jump King, where you can fall all the way down. But because what just happened is outside of the remit of the game, right? Because it's something that feels like outside of the control of the user, it is frustrating to the point of wanting to scream. Because so long as everything happens within the confines of the game, so long as it all happens within the experience, that's a different matter. But anything involving like settings, modifications, saves, etc., those are, unless meta-narrative elements are at play, those are outside of the game, right? Unless you fold in the way in which the game is saved and elements like that to the experience. So yeah. God, I just want to... Fuck. Oh. Call me Limp Bizkit, because I really want to break stuff. Hey! It's Kevin, the tumbleweed with a knife. Still dry, despite jumping out of the pond. What is he holding? Yeah, alright. I'm gonna put some stuff in the air fryer. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'm gonna breathe. And then we'll keep going. Like, thank you all for bearing with me today. I'm sorry I've been such a mess. But I hope you're having a good time, because, hey, the conversations are great. The company is excellent. The game... If it was a physical disc, I would have just broken it across my fucking knee. Yeah, DJ Coil, that's another one. Respawn, checkpoint, and save are massive distinctions. God, I can't believe it just sent me back to 0. I'm so mad. I'm so mad! I know, babies, I know. What a travesty. What a travesty, cuties. What a travesty, eh? I'm just moving stuff. I know. You still have salad, don't sweep at me. I can literally see it. Okay. Toddler dinner. What a wonderful place. Toddler dinner. Okay, thank you all for waiting. So a little bit of, if you need a chortle this evening, where is it? Oh, there we go. The Stitches in Time podcast that I was on just went out, or at least the first bit did, based on Day of the Doctor. And I haven't had a chance to listen to it, but I'll tell you this, I laughed so fucking hard that it made my face hurt in a good way. I don't know where to throw this in the grand scheme of things. Would this be Videodrome? Would this be... I don't know where to put this. Sorry, I've got the link for it, I just don't know where to throw it. Oh. Little Fire is just pointing out that it is my server, so I could just throw it in Central and then go from there. I could just do that. Oh, that's fucking cool. C222, are you still lurking? That's fucking cool. The fish! You got the fish? C222, do you mind if I repost that picture you made? Or if you have a... Maybe not now that we're doing the fishing, but maybe when we get back into something. God, that's fucking cool. If you cast your eyes into general... Not only can you find the link to the podcast if you need something to laugh. What? It is quite high up, just because I was trying to keep everything together. Yeah, basically, C222, can I post that? Oh yeah, but I threw the link to Stitches in Time in general. If I haven't told you about it, basically, Mandy's friend has edited every single part of Doctor Who into chronological order. Not every episode, every piece. And they're doing basically like a quasi-watch-along podcast, but it's more just Doctor Who comedy, let's be honest. Less beeping, more cooking. They invited me to do a couple episodes with them. One about Day of the Doctor, and one about one of the old 70s ones called The Green Death, and it's so funny. It was so funny. So yeah, if you need something to chortle with, I'm kind of looking forward to listening to it myself. And I currently have fries and chicken nuggies in the air fryer, because I'm a great big fucking toddler. I'm climbing this wall! So it turns out that the thing that we just encountered is kind of a known error, in that it doesn't know where to put you, so it just does like a false full reset. And the rage is real. The rage is real. So here's the thing: we can go back to Lorn's law. Oh, it's an old PC. But we will have to do all of that shit again. And I can brace myself. I know what we're doing, but I will need some food and a breathe first, you know? Oh, also, so Edwin, one, Dino Nuggies are awesome because they're dinosaurs. 2, the surface area to nug, way better. So one thing I've been doing recently is basically like budget bento box, where I'll do like a whole bunch of nice rice and get some like veggies and stuff. And then instead of like a chicken katsu, I just use dinosaur nuggets. And like the tonkatsu sauce and stuff, and it's fucking great. It's fucking great. DJ says only if we redo all the conversations as well. Hey, I mean, let's talk levels. And let's also talk about fucking save game bugs. How no one is ever thankful if you reset their progress. But okay, the thing about it that's kind of interesting is that when it comes to video games, you can talk about them as a science, you can talk about them as an art, but so you can talk about them as a science, you can talk about them mechanically and how they are constructed. But ultimately, games are an experience medium. Like, the difference between Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy and Jump King and, what is it, the new one, Who Wears the Crown? Like, restarting from nothing is part of the experience, but you never leave the experience. This feels like getting hoodwinked. This feels like... This feels like we got played. You know, this felt like the Lucky Heather seller of, like, restart checkpoint stuff. And it definitely comes under that case of, like, no one will ever thank you if you reset their progress. You know? How we convey progression and how we either limit it or take it away from users is really interesting. You know, I promise we won't do the Dark Souls difficulty conversation, but, you know, Dark Souls never takes anything away from you proper. Like, you can lose the souls you are carrying, but then you can go back and get them again, right? None of those is actually gone. When it comes to Sea of Thieves, for example, you never lose anything because you never had anything to begin with. There's never a situation in which you carry things over from one session to another. You get your gold, and you spend your gold on consumables, but like, if you buy a crate of cannonballs, they're gone. Like, you either use them or you lose them. You fire those cannons or throw them away. Dustin, I didn't actually manage to find out what it was that Zalavir had done to shitpost so close to the sun, only that Zalavir had done it again. Yeah. And one of the things that can be really difficult when having video game discussions is that on paper, two systems can look similar, but ultimately, it's how it makes you feel that matters, right? There is no difference between having all of your progress reset because you fell down and having all of your progress reset because you pushed the wrong button, right? In both situations, you were supposed to do a thing, you did the wrong thing, it set you back. But the feeling of both is so different, you know? Games are an emotional experience, and often they have more in common with, you know, with cooking than anything else. That it is about what the user is expecting, it is about what they've ordered. And everything from presentation to environment can affect the experience. Now, DJ Quill, that is a good point. But I will say that if you stop trying to fight the bastards in that cave, you can just run past them. Oh, Scotty. I think that counts as a war crime. Like, I think you can have somebody tried for that. I'm pretty sure. Detective Grandpa. I think that was an Edwin special. Oh shit, Edwin! Strange Skies is coming out. We get to hear your dulcet tones once more. Actually, we will need to talk as a squad about Strange Skies, in that we will be streaming it, but we will not be streaming it at launch, just because of the sheer number of people here who want to play it at launch. You know, and it's a story game, so I don't want to be Captain Von Spoilers. So we will be shouting about it, but we'll be playing it later. Chicken nuggets, offsetting my rage. Chicken nuggets. Woo. Toddler dinner. Finish your salad first before you have more salad, girls. Looking at me like I don't feed them. They literally have salad in their bowl. I've got a Red Bull in the fridge door for in case I desperately need it to be awake for my plane ride Sunday morning or Saturday night. But it's staring at me like this. Like the fucking Green Goblin's mask. Drink me. No, coward. Coward. Have a Red Bull at 8 o'clock at night. No, I'm trying to get better. I'm not trying to get words. Coward. And Detective Grimoire. Getting them good mysteries in. But yeah, Edwin, I mean, it's a Wadget Eye game. It's had full Dave attention. It's got you and a crap load of cool people in it. Like, it's gonna be fucking great. It's just, with the Blackwell, that was a recommendation from very, very, very close friends. And we played through it all. It was fucking brilliant. We didn't do Unavowed until later. Not to be confused with Avowed. And by that point, the people who were super into it had played through it. So we were coming in later, and that balance really worked out. With this, I think I should take a similar stance, because the people in the Longship who really care about Wadget Eye games aren't going to want to have their first experience be my playthrough. They're going to want to play through it themselves. So. Sorry, Jumami, I read that Sahalad in the Dune movie style. Nugget Muhadib Atreides. Salad Hadid. Feed me a whole lettuce. Cleona on a sandworm. Am I gonna fucking mess with myself already? The salad must flow. Tell you, summer's coming. Eventually, you can start making them their own little like fresh grass grow box. God, they're gonna eat so well. Fuck. Fuck. Fearless is exactly right. For the guinea pigs, I am the sandworm that they summon with their weep weeps. They get ridden, ride me around the house to get more salad. Fuck. And Scotty, we don't need AI. We need someone to draw basically like guinea pig ratatouille Dune. That's what we need. Instead of the sandworm, it's me going, ah! Cleona is the nug salad. God darn it. No, Scotty, no artist in here. No artist in here. Indeed, Caffeine. Who knew buses were so sought after? Who knew there were so many in this fucking pond? The evil geek, that's very good. I was watching the thing. God. I was about to say something and then I'm worried I just hallucinated it because I wanted it to be true. So far as my spotty gin-soaked memory remembers, apparently one of the few franchises that Idris Elba would really like to revisit is The Dark Tower. Like, I believe he said it in terms of like wanting to revisit the character, but also because it was definitely something that deserves another run-up. And I've got to agree. Like, it's kind of up there with Immortal Engines as like projects that shouldn't have been a movie or should have been broken down into other spaces. So, pieces. I've got nugget brain. In fairness though, I haven't read The Dark Tower. So I know anytime I bring up Immortal Engines, I can usually summon Nick from the void. Because Nick had read the books. Hey, not a bad shout, Caffeine. I'm almost fed and deraged. I can't believe it resets that whole fucking level. I had the audacity to remember the secrets we'd found. I'm fine. I'm fine. See, Evil Geek, I know that you understand the franchise better than me, so I'm not going to disagree, but that is a sentence that adds more questions than it solves. What do you mean, the weird sex shit? That was a Stephen King book. Oh, and on the subject of... Sorry, Dustin singing Rossetti Spaghetti. What a horrible shame. That just gives me Mr. Rossetti flashbacks. I don't know if you all saw, our good friend Rudism successfully made a game controller out of meatballs. Edible controller. I haven't watched the whole of the video, because I'm kind of curious to see if he does eat it afterwards. That would be impressive. Indeed, Marshall Ray, you don't need to add any additional seasoning. It comes very, very heavily salted. I'll tell you one though, the Rudism builds that always impress me aren't usually the same ones as everybody else. Like, I still think the most impressive run that Rudism's done to date was the one-button Mario playthrough, because the mentality that one would need to relearn one of the most memorable 3D platformers to date, like that whole training montage. You know what, Evil Geek? You're right. You're right. Oh yeah, Dustin, the Untitled Goose Game Goose Controller, that was very impressive. I think he hurt himself doing that one though. And that was one where he did his shoulder in from like, oh, that was the Untitled Goose Game with the dad controller. Yeah. I think he hurt himself doing that. Okay. Oh, fancy fish. Fancy pineapple. Man, pineapple's not worth it for how epic it supposedly is. not a cult. From the cult. Alright, give me one more sec, friends. I'm just gonna slug some water and try and get me head on straight. Finish your fucking lunch before you whinge at me for dinner. Alright, Sarah. Okay. Good point, Evil Geek. Good point. Also, don't tell the Nuggies, but I stuck myself some carrots. Oh, let's have a look. Shared without context. That's going on the internet. That's going on the internet. No fire, don't rat me out to the guinea pigs. Hey, that's a grim, haunting reminder. Alright, now hang on. Sorry, I need another second. Okay. Yes, I know. I know. Here you go. Here you go. Felt guilty. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, chop, chop. There you go. Lettuce. There you go. Little diva. Little terrors. So I did acquiesce. I did go and get them just a little carrot, just a little thin one each, just a little one. It's fine. Okay, we're gonna fish for another, what, 2-3 minutes? And then I'm gonna call last lure. So if you are lurking, if you would like a chance at getting to add your own fish to the pot, hit !fish to be entered. Alright. Little Fire, I can neither confirm nor deny your involvement in this. Though I can't help but notice that the Chinese spy hasn't messaged me in many, many days. Now, I don't know if I need to worry or if I need to complain, but they've not been round this way for quite some time. Just saying. It's a great thing about dating your dating your international spy. They already know how to find your house. You don't have to give them directions. Please do not come to my house. That would be fucking weird. Little Fire, I thought that was implied. I thought that was implied. If I show up to the house uninvited, does that mean we're dating? No, I need those cables! I will say, numbers and, like, Seattle peeps, we will do more hangings post-GDC. You know, I should have invited more people for the Gundam Sunday, but I was just in a fucking manic episode. That, Virals, that's an octopus. Alright. 1 more minute, friends. So if you haven't hit exclamation fish, now is the time to do it. Well, Little Fire, I didn't think you'd want to come to like a fucking Gundam night. I've obviously learned better now. Verdant with a record-breaking burger. Apparently I don't. Maybe we should change that. Have some positive smooth jams. No, I want to hang out with everybody a lot more. I just need to get my shit together. Who knows? Maybe we'll stumble upon a great big sponsor for the Longship, and then I won't have to stress and worry, and I can fucking claw my way out of burnout. It'd be great. It'd be great. It'd be fine. It'd be great. Remember, friends, you can't think your way out of a trip. You can't work your way out of burnout. Says Will, attempting to do both. Oh. Alright, friends. If you want to do one last exclamation fish, I am calling time. Get your last cast in, and then no more. And we'll see what we get. And remember, top of the boards gets a custom fish. It is a fun drawing. Which also means whoever caught that got a record-breaking little firefish. Little fish fire? What would be your nautical moniker? Oh, that's a big one. Oh, it might be Marshall Reyes. It might be Marshall Reyes' time to shine.
Clearly, today was a shitty day for a non-zero number of people. But we're here, together, laughing, raving, and for just a little while, everything is okay.
Thank you, Dustin. That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do these days, you know? Thank you. Yeah, and Akira Zero, we've talked through this, like... okay, personally, I think the best Twitch integration games are the one that takes the names of what people are doing and some of the things they're saying. Like, I think Marbles on Stream is perfect, right? Perfect, no notes. And until it broke, what was it, Shadows of Doubt, the procedural detective game was really fucking good. But unfortunately, when it broke, it unbaked the names, then changed everything and kind of made it seem like it was just... Oh, Kakashi, that's probably why his shoe ends up back in the pond. He's got terrible catches, our Henry. Terrible catches. Okay. And just a reminder, friends, no more exclamation fish. No more casting. We're going to see how this pans out. Let's see what our winner ends up being. What's quite cool is that the rarity is based on weight and value. Yeah, Verdon, Zumbinis with Twitch integration would have been exceptional. Like, it wouldn't take a lot, because you don't actually need to do anything, they just need to have the names of each one, right? They used it with this game from 1,000 years back called Zenith. That was wild because it had Twitter integration, in that you could tweet from inside the game and read other messages like back at you inside this like cell-shaded, hyper-speed, like Jet Set Radio type game. It was kind of fascinating. Also back when Twitter was good. Yeah, Marshall Ray might be the one who takes this, but we still got 8 casts to go. It's a Marlin! They're delicious! Yeah, there it is, Scotty. There's the crown. Right! Oh, what was it we were playing? Oh, when we were playing for the king, I had my fucking Burger King crown I got from our road trip. That was good.
I found a bunch of teens with attitude with the ability to transform into animals. It's animorphing time.
Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. Oh no, that's pretty funny, but it reminded me of a horrifying thing that I was introduced to, which is at what point on the Animorph scale do you hit it with your car? So okay, at one end, child. At the other, animal, right? But it's somewhere between those two pieces is a horrifying creature of neither both category that your reflex would be to hit it with your fucking car. Was it from John Oliver? Ah, it was. Yeah, it all blends together. It's most of the stages. I guess it depends on the animal. All of them.
I had a supervisor that had the last name of Minor. We got him a kid's meal from the local BK as a joke when he asked us to get him something and didn't specify what. Yes, we got the crown as well.
Done and done. Hey! Polaroid of best fish. A Polaroid of little fire catching a picture of a fish. Makes total sense. Alright, we're almost there. And we've got 2 more casts after this, and then we'll know. Oh. Oh. It's a sponge! Good catch, Patch Rabbit. And there it is, the streaked spine foot. I think that's it. Okay, let's have a look, see who our winners are. Scotty! Marsha Ray, though, catching up close. Then Favor 6 and a bunch of people who didn't rank. Yeah, Scotty got that blobby will, and that was the winner. A lot of candy corn in this. And a Big Mama Pickle for Simple Chaos. So yeah, so Scotty, when you have a sec, and ideally after stream, yeah, pick a picture in the description. Tell me what you'd like your custom fish to be. Oh yeah, you still owe me. Okay, so you owe me 2 fish. You owe me fish, Scotty. Scotty, you owe me fish. Okay. And now that is ready for next time we want to leap into it. All right. Oh, should we try once more with feeling? I think I can... Sorry, Mario, I need you to... I think I can take to the wall once more. Like, if it hits me with that bug again, I'm never playing this game. I'm never playing this game again. But I know where I'm going, at least, so I should be able to ski my way through it, hopefully. Okay, actually, I do have a quasi question for you all in terms of, like, what is a feature in games that you've realised you can't live without? Because, so as I said, I played Chernobyl 2. It is definitely a game that I played. Huh, I wonder what this beeping is. Oh! I was so busy complaining about video games earlier that I didn't realise you can fire them like sticky bombs. So there I was doing fucking trick shots and shit. You can actually fire them on surfaces. But yeah, so I tried playing Metro Exodus again last night. And you can't do windowed mode or windowed, or borderless windowed mode. It's just not in the title. And because of the way I have the 2 rig setup, I would have to play it like this. Like a little like sideways gremlin. And not all of us are designed for the gremlin life, you know. Not everyone is capable is fine, yeah. Gremlins and goblins. That's the life. God, sorry. It's wild to think that, you know, not long ago, doing something like this in a game would have been such a huge tax on any engine or, like, graphics card. Ah, crazy times. But yeah, I gave up on it last night, you know? Now, I have already played through Metro Exodus, so it wasn't super massive. But, like, I fucked around with it trying to get it so it wasn't on this monitor, but on this one. I did not want to play ball. There isn't even a mod, you know, with everyone saying, like, oh, just, you know, change the numbering system of your monitors. That's not something I can do easily because of, you know, the system that feeds the gameplay of this rig into what you're seeing. And I'm still kind of a little, I wouldn't say pissed about it, but definitely frustrated, you know? Because, like, I came off of Stalker 2, had a great time. You know, had little putts about on Chernobylite 2. We don't need to talk about that. You know, if you can't say something nice, etc. God, this is going to be so much easier now. I can fucking stick a light source to the wall. But... so Scotty's is FOV of at least 90 degrees. Get dizzy if it's too narrow. DJ Coil, invert Y-axis. Key rebinding, certainly. I am amazed these days when a title doesn't have like good controller support. I'm amazed. Like, Steam's real good for doing most of the heavy lifting. You channel point redemption to save your game. But... Woo! The amount of these fucking crystals I have thrown just into the water while we have been playing this. Ridiculous. Yo, did you see that? Did you see that? Okay, maybe replaying this was not all bad. Fucking hell. Marshall was saying pausing cutscenes. Yeah. I've been contemplating returning to Metal Gear Survive at some point. Just because all the research I've been doing and all the talking I've been doing about Wanted Dead, it's got me thinking about it again, you know? Again, they're basically like... They're not siblings, but definitely like a tale of two cities. We found the hole again. Hole finder! One of the reasons why I'm seriously considering not going back to Metal Gear Survive is predominantly due to the fact that it has unskippable cutscenes in. And some of those cutscenes are fucking annoying. Kind of up there with, what's his face from MGS5? Code Talker, that's it. Where? Fuck off. Sorry, with with Death Stranding 2 coming, the Metal Gear Solid conversations are all popping back up again. So I guess I got Metal Gear on the brain. Oh, sorry. And the chortling there is if you're not chronically online Metal Gear style like I am, for some reason, like, I don't know if it was in a trailer or what have you, but one of the, I think it's a song by, is it Duran Duran? It's basically just been adopted by the Metal Gear community, even though it's not in the soundtrack. It sounds like it would be, you know? Metal Gear Stranding. Oh. Ideas like that may be closer than they appear. But we talked about that a lot yesterday, you know. Personally, I am choosing to believe that it's that Konami are finally getting over themselves. We might actually get some good Metal Gear stuff soon. But that's also me being a massive fucking optimist, so. Oh, fuck you, mate. There we go. Sorry. Alright, have I gotten us in trouble again? No, it's not Planet Earth. Oh, I forget which one it is. Have I gotten us in trouble? I feel like I might have. Yes, I feel as big agree. It would be lovely if Metal Gear Delta is good. I live in hope, you know? Because now it's that wondering of, like, maybe these core concepts are just good enough to work, right? Sorry, by which I mean, like, I did not have faith that Blooper Team was going to be able to do Silent Hill 2. Like, Blooper Team aren't top tier. They are fine. They're okay. And that's great. You know? I didn't think they had the creative or narrative chops to do Silent Hill 2 justice, and they did. So I'm wondering if it was either the amount of time they were given, or, you know, they had, you know, someone at Konami who was like the lore master or something along those lines. Who knows? Oh no, Garage, Not Your Kind of People is actually on the MGS5 soundtrack. It's a track by Duran Duran. I'll have to... What the fuck? Evidence suggests this explorer was crushed by a cave-in while crawling back through this hole. The bones are 150 years old. The path looks completely inaccessible. Oh, cool. Well, we know what happened to Greg. You know what? People can rip the piss out of video games all they want, but if a video game goes wrong, you know what the worst thing that happens is? You lose some time, your save's a bit balked, you have to replay some segments. Like, that's not fun, but it's fine. If you fuck up in spelunking, you die the bad way. And that's supposed to be fun. Like, yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm okay. He's not going to be in Lorn's Law 2. Oh. This. So the checkpointing system down here, it's way easier to get lost. I think we had a better luck of it when I was talking about everything and nothing, because I wasn't rushing quite so much. Oh, and then we're back at fucking Greg! Greg's dead, baby. Greg's dead. Yeah, so actually, Phyllis, on the subject of MGS stuff, I read an article by Digital Foundry that with a couple of mods and the ilk, you can get stuff on the Metal Gear Solid collection now running pretty good. Wait. Wait. No. 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 Jumpy, no jumping. Jumpy, no jumping. There we go. Alright. Now I recognise where we're at, so we're doing good. Yeah, getting them to run on the Steam Deck might not be possible, so here's hoping. But like, MGS3 is still one of the great games of our time. Like, it really is one of the ones worth studying. I'm still puttering around on Metal Gear Solid 5 just in my downtime when I don't know what else to do with myself. I did manage to clear one of the subsistence missions drunk off my ass, which made me feel like a fucking god. Did I clean it? Was it a clean run? No, it was messy as hell, but I did it. Sorry. In MGS5, the subsistence runs are where you are dropped in starkers. It's just you, in your pants. Okay, I shouldn't say starkers. It's literally just you in your outfit. You have your cheeky little knife, and that is it. And it's good because, one, like, it does remind you how much you rely on your equipment, and two, it changes completely how you think, because you've got to find the stuff you need to be able to get the mission done. I really fucking like it. But again, I also enjoy talking about how, you know, MGS5 is a tale of corporate fuckery and hubris. Mr. I'm going to make my magnum opus. Are you? Fucking are you? It's a cheeky little knife because you hide in your butt cheeks. I mean, OG Snake wasn't above hiding things. Okay, he said in his stomach, right? In MGS1, in the original Metal Gear Solid, we are supposed to believe that Super Soldier Solid Snake swallowed an entire pack of cigarettes. And later on, he's like, oh, well, you know, thanks to the appetite suppressant shot that I had, you know, my stomach acid wouldn't dissolve it. And I'm like, well, that's not how stomach acid worked. He hit them in his butt. He hit them in his butt. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Nature's storage solution. The old stop it and lock it pocket. It's the only way it makes sense. Alright, now here comes the bit where I started losing my fucking mind earlier, so... Or me as I was. Yeah, I guess, you know, for those that really need a nicotine hit, you're prepared to go to any lengths. I can respect that. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Kasplat. Kasplat. Now I can fucking stick stuff on there as well. Avenge me! I don't... You know I'm right. That's the problem. Because, like, even with an appetite suppressant... even with an appetite suppressant and pre-wrapped... One, cigarette packets are weirdly shaped. The only thing you're going to do trying to swallow that is get fucking stuck. And then what? You're just going to vomit back up again? Like, what if it comes up sideways? You'll just fucking die, Snake. No. They're in the old... They're in the old booty locker. Fuck. That science is gremlin science. Okay, here's a random question, kind of apropos of nothing, but we got talking about gremlin science. Oh, fuck. Does the term Gretchen, not the name, but the term for basically like space goblins, pop up anywhere outside of 40k? Is it just a Warhammer term? Fuck. Beetlebees, he chewed it up, obviously. Oh, that makes me feel grim. I've tried chewing tobacco once in my life, and it's been the nastiest fucking thing. I've done some stuff, friends. Something there with... What's the one you cram in your cheeks? Like snood or something? That stuff is nasty. Alright, we're almost back up to where we started. Or to where I had a fucking meltdown. I don't think it's... Well, okay. Snuff changes in description. What is contained in snuff is often... Well, I mean, it's not fucking good for you. But, originally snuff was kind of like a nicotine cocaine mixture, if I remember rightly. Fuck. 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 I'm so hesitant to press the restart from checkpoint. Oh, Zin's the new shit. And that shit is fucking nasty. Okay, do you know what weirded me out? It's like the couple of gigs I've been to, there've been people just offering that around. And I can only imagine they are people being paid to just like not hand out free supplies, but get people on that fucking bandwagon. I see, Evil Geek, you saw that Pulp Fiction was on streaming services as well, huh? Oh, man. Christopher Walken. Fucking ledge. Yeah, see, I can't get a bounce off of that. So I need to bounce off the wall and try and grab that. That's what I ended up doing last time. And Kakazi, going back to it, like, at least that's what the UI indicates, that it's a full pack. That feeling when you do it. Once and then it never works again. Sorry, we got into a very, very strange topic here. Fuck. I need to... God. Fuck! Fuck! Hey, Evil Geek, if we're finding it funny. Alright. Okay, so and jumping back, so Gretchen only exists in 40k. That's not a thing referenced anywhere else. It's kind of fascinating. Because I was just thinking, like, making jokes about gremlin and goblin sciences. And then realised, I have no idea. Fuck. Fuck, we got it one time last time. Well, I guess that was all I needed. Because I got the... I am steering with my butt cheeks so hard. You all don't even know. And I lose momentum as I come over this, like, stupid fucking nobule. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Unmetal was so brilliantly written. So this smells exactly like the Colonel's anus. How do you know what the Colonel's anus smells like? Sir, I'm afraid that is classified. Or whenever someone says, this tastes like shit, I always have to be like, who does your research? And look, I know that's a fucking joke taken from Happy Gilmore, but sometimes you gotta take the little wins where you can. Not the quote verbatim, but the, I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat shit for breakfast? Oh. I'd like to thank my fellow nominees, who will once and forever be known as the people who lost to Adam Sandler. See, it's that right there. See that? That's the ledge we grabbed last time. That's how we did this. I just can't get enough lift off the wall. Like that. too far. Ah, beans. This is it, Kakazi. This is how I'm going to get the buns of steel for summer. There has to be another part to this puzzle. I feel like the way I did it last time must have been fucking wrong or something, you know? Buns of steel. Okay, so now we're here. Now that just gets us back to where we were. No! Clipped and posted. Job is complete. Oh, good. Oh, good. See, Little Fire been in here complaining that I never respond to messages. It's entirely not true. It's not true. The amount of time, like, between all of the ridiculousness, all of the ridiculousness from Little Fire, like the Arms of the Angels style rest in power to the spicy chicken from Monster Hunter on Saturday. Oh man, just never forget what they took from us. Yeah, so Kakazi, I've made it up to there, but it's not quite high enough. And there's nowhere around that to kind of skim the walls. This is a bit of a mess. And I can kind of shimmy on the inside, but I can't then get back around. Yeah, the FOV is very good for play, but it makes stationary stuff look a little bit more difficult. Last time, I managed to grab this fucking thing here, which I can't seem to get to. And bouncing in and out is literally the fucking name of this game. What I did last time was I managed to do like a cheeky wall shimmy, right? What the fuck just happened? No, no, do not fall. Do not fall! This fucking game. Ah! If I'd been able to make the jump back across there. I think you fell, mate. Do you think? Was it observable? Need a full fucking lemon grab by the end of the stream. If you haven't played Unmetal, and if you haven't heard of it, I do highly recommend it. It's not quite meta-narrative, but it's the gameplay of the original Metal Gear on the NES with a level of comedy writing that is fucking brilliant. Nope. See, I'm getting the slide. There we go! No! Unacceptable condition! This is a very normal game, and I am playing this in a very normal way. I think I bit my tongue. I think I bit my tongue. Instead of life drawing, it's basically meme drawing. You know, instead of me, posing for you all for your artistic practice, it's whatever fucking nonsense comes out of my ever-increasing stress brain. I'm not even drinking. Oh. A little fire, if it makes you feel any better, like, I've been trying to get a bunch of different, like, creative projects going, and I'm just so burnt. You know, I've got Gundams I want to do, and things I want to do as, like, Gundam painting projects. I got 3 video projects I'm working on, and I've made almost no fucking headway on. Like, the world is a lot. So, if will meme nonsense is how I can help other people do doodles, like, yo. Yeah. You know, I wonder personally if I can, like, if I can make an area for building Gundams, if it'll allow me to kind of get back to it, you know, like mentally have more. I don't know. And DJ Coil, I know what you mean. I was getting really into airbrushing, and now I can't do it. Make mech suits for the nugs. You know, I think Cleona would let me. At very least, the Diva would let me. But I think I know how to do it. I think I know how to do it. Because you can't do it for long. The one thing we did learn from the Perun gaming night was there's a limited amount of time that even like the chillest of guinea pigs will put up with my fucking bullshit. Gundam Queeks. It's weird, I can't seem to get the lift like I can here. I guess it's because of where I am in the jump, right? There we go. There we fucking go. DJ says cockpit's a guinea pig ball. They haven't gotten to try the guinea pig balls yet. I actually don't know, because I know, like, hamsters and some of the little shits really enjoy, those little, like, tiny balls. What I'm thinking of doing is, you know what? No, I'm not going to tell you just yet. You're going to have to wait for that idea. And now I can stick stuff to... Fuck. No, I shall keep my secrets. I've got to have some surprises for you all. I mean, I literally tell you lot everything. I've got to save Summit. What the fuck else am I going to talk about? Okay, now we're part of the janky, weird part of this structure. The bit where it's like the old screensaver descended to madness. Fuck. Fuck you. Oh, that was how I did it. It's weird trying to remember how to do stuff we already solved, like that. No, Dustin, it's like Pacific Drive. You have to have two nugs together to split the load. The power of a giant robot is too much for a single guinea pig. But two guinea pigs together? Fuck. Pacific Drive, Pacific Rim crossover. How many people does it take to pilot a beat up fucking station wagon? There we go. Ooh. Let's get a bit spicy there. It does need two of them so they can reach the pedals. Don't listen to Scotty, girls. You'd be fine. God. Pacific Rim sounds like the Pimp My Ride crossover that we never ever asked for. Ah! Oh man. Imagine ruining your entire video game's budget by blowing it all on an episode of Pimp My Ride. And then getting a vehicle that doesn't fucking work. Eh! You're right, DJ Coyle. You're so right. Who would do such a thing? Like, that might be one of the worst individuals to ever happen to video games, but at least I can take solace in the fact that he's a fucking idiot piece of shit. Ha! Oh yeah, this was down towards the guy who is just fucking dead, I think? Or is this the way out? Like in that video game, A Way Out. Oh, I think I fucked up here. Nope, I did it! I did it, yay! Okay, we've almost made it back to where we were. Fucking go team. Hey, thank you all for the company, the conversation, and even the meme crimes. Actually, let's see how many alerts from Little Fire I have from what places. Check meme sphere first, obviously. I don't know, surprisingly unburnt. It's been hours of being ghosted, literally talking to you in real time. Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you for bearing with me. Like, everything fucking sucks right now, and I have been feeling it acutely this week. I hit his big lever. And this game resetting all of my progress sure did feel like game trying to put me in the ground. So thank you. Oh, DJ Coil. That's the secret. Those little buggers are always cute as shit. And they know it. Got two fucking potatoes that run my shit. On account of being the cutest of patooties. They know what they're about. Oh, see, there's a great discovery. The Mike and Ikes you forgot you had. Oh, and just being able to use our fucking climbing picks again makes me happy. And now we know how to fucking stick stuff to walls. Jesus. Whew. And Adam has requested a shark fact. Okay. It used to be thought that sharks had to swim in order to breathe. That is not true. The Greenland shark and its close relatives known as the sleeper are known as the sleeper sharks because, as well as being generally inactive, they spend a lot of time on the seabed, apparently asleep. All right. Sharks take naps. You know what, Dustin, I will say, so far my favourite is still, what was it? Kale and Nugs. It was such a fucking random bit. And I posted in a few places and all I got was, how is this a Kane and Lynch 2 reference in 2025? Or, you know, I never thought I'd live to see the last Kane and Lynch joke, yet here we are. Kale for lunch 2, Nug Days, that was it. It was very funny, but in the same breath, it probably, for lack of a better term, triggered 50% of the games industry. Like, core memory unlocked levels. I should have put down a... Maybe that does need to go on a shirt. I mean, we're the last group of people who'd find a Kane and Lynch joke funny. Ooh, God. Now, I'm trying to remember why and where and why we got stuck last time. Because I do not want us repeating that. Okay, the fact that there were, like, hidden spooky shit in this, that I did not expect. Was it here we got stuck? I'm doing that thing where I'm climbing up my butt cheeks again. Yes, it was. Oh yeah, so that's down where the dead guy was. So we were starting to climb up, weren't we? fucking help me. I will brute force this climb if I have to. Alright. Hole finder strikes again. Hole found. That's the one that's what I need in the Dark Souls font. Hole found. Oh. This game will not break me. I am too stubborn. Yeah, Mental Monk, I will Skyrim physics that shit. I still remember janking up the side of a mountain, making it all the way to the top. I spent, what, 15, 20 minutes just fucking with that, like, old Bethesda style of physics. And just as I summited the fucking top, there was a dragon looking me straight in the face that was like, sup. Bastard yoked me back sideways right off the cliff. Had enough time to probably play In the Arms of the Angels twice before I hit the ground. Like when the giants used to ping you up into the sky. Man, good times. Okay. We're definitely in new spaces now. Oh. There's something how it goes from, like, impossibly massive, like the environments, from these, like, sorry, from this, like, claustrophobic spelunking to impossibly huge, just to discombobulate you. Because you're trying to do, like, precision parkour in the fucking ground, next to the poo pipe! Well, we found it! We found the poo pipe. I don't know what we're supposed to do with this information. But here the fuck we are. There is text etched into this there is text etched into the workbench. The entrance to the left of the elevator, the gap, the cave along the river, the hole. Tomorrow. These look like landmarks for basic navigation. The explorer must have left the camp, as there are very few supplies left behind. Okay. Oh, okay. So this place is caved in, so we got to keep heading across. All right. Now, did anyone check to see how long it took us to get back what we lost? Because I'm saying it probably took us about, like, what, 40 minutes to an hour? Oh no, Jamami, go for it. You know.
Confirm team leader, we have found the outflow from his spray tan tank, awaiting further instructions.
Oh fuck. Where the fuck even are we? Oh, I don't like that. I guess that's where we're supposed to be going, but how? That pipe is fucking massive. If I try and, like, ski that way, the only thing I'm going to end up is very dead. Sorry, I just got a little pop-up. A little alert that just says, Little Fire has sent you art.jpg. Shall we have a look? Shall we see what it is? Sorry, untitled artwork. My apologies. I actually really like that. It is Lemon Grab confronting Guinea Pigs Bar Extraordinaire. And the haunting Red Bull. That's my day. The Red Bull that calls me to chaos. Alright. So the thing here said... okay. Bundle of rope. Here we go. The entrance to the left of the elevator. The gap. The cave along the river. Alright, the entrance to the left of the elevator. Oh! Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Jesus Christ. I feel like this is like a bug's eye view of going through fucking Blight Town in Dark Souls. Like, again, I know we talked about this earlier, it's just... This place is impossibly huge. This does not feel like a place anything should be, let alone us. And yet... And yet, here the fuck we are. Oh. You know, we're on Sir Vanillian ice rules here. Like, we have to get up to get down. At what fucking cost? Yeah. Or I'll settle for like a portable fucking sun at this point, you know? Also, the fact they got the lighting engine to work this well, that they can have just the sheer amount of like light sources all pinging off at once, it's really fucking impressive. Like... Fuck. Bye! I don't even know which way is down half the time. It's like the world's most aggressive point and click. Except for the only thing we can click on is like use grappling hook on not die. God, this game would be so much easier with a fucking grappling hook. Ah, fucking owl's back! Here's a question. Have I gotten us in irreversible trouble? Maybe. How badly has Will fucked up? Maybe we should get one of those, we should get one of those Twitch polls going. Press red on your teletext phones now if you think Will has really fucked up. Huh. Little fire just, you really don't want us to answer that, do you? No. Okay. Fuck. Well, it's a good run. I see roughly where we want to be. How the fuck do we get there? Okay, I think it's from that way. Alright. Fuck up! Haha! That's how you know I'm doing good. I say parkour. It's like how in some games of pool, you're supposed to call the name of the pocket before you sink the 8-ball for a proper victory. If you say parkour and then do parkour, it's even better. That's just fucking science right there. Fuck. See, I didn't say parkour, which means I didn't fuck up. You know what that is? That's science. Fuck. Not dead! And I fell into the fucking abyss there, and somehow, not dead. Oh. I like those odds, little fire. I like that score. Gravity 7, Will 1. Yeah. I'll be able to move up in the gravity fuckery leagues. Remember, friends, the only law that's strictly enforced is the law of gravity. You heard that slide, right? My little guy lost his footing for just a second there, and it was enough for me to find fear. Okay. Parkour! I found out, so I've actually come to really appreciate the gigantic emote thing. I can't make it any cheaper for bits. Because initially I had them all turned up to 1 million because they don't fucking do anything. And as a streamer, you can't turn off or on like the whole like Twitch celebrations thing. You just have to have it. Well, that, dear friends, is a river of actual shit. Let's not go that way. But I've really come to appreciate the gigantic emotes. Except for I'm not allowed to have them any cheaper. Because Mr. the Twitch says so. Dan the Twitch Clancy. Alright, so this fucking path to darkness leads. Fuck. Oh yeah, well, and Scotty, since they changed the requirements of like what's actually in an emote, you can do a lot more with them. You know. Oh, we were supposed to go in the poo pipe. Should have known. I mean, that's indie gaming 101, right? Is, you know, when in doubt, climb up the poo pipe. Why is that? Why is this lit? The fuck are we looking at here? The fuck is all of this? Couldn't leave it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw a cool thing and I had to grab it. I'm not made of stone. Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. I don't like that all the lights turned on when we came in here. That doesn't strike me as a good thing. You know? Like, these superstructures are supposed to be, like, impossibly massive. And impossibly old as well. Like, a large proportion of us who are still in nerdery. Want from us here? Oh, I get it. It wants us to do like a cheeky little hippie hop. Oh, me, little fire? No idea. I fucked my ankles when I was a youngling. Shattered one of them actually doing parkour. Well, doing fuck about free running. But that's no story. As for this character, technically we're an android. Yeah, so Beebles, to my knowledge, this isn't a horror game, right? Except for, in that last area, I swear I saw one of the skeletons just standing there. Now, maybe I'm just having a stressful day, you know? I think we've all... Ah, come ya! Couldn't you! We're all having a stressful week. That's okay. Maybe it's stress-induced. Mental Monk, we don't know that. I did actually find a horror game that I might do like a long ship after dark for, because it's a little short and it's a bit fucked up. Like, it's body horror, but basically it's a spelunking game where you're going down an impossibly large gullet. The idea is that this island has appeared out of nowhere, and in the center of it is a huge, gigantic, like, bigger than a kaiju-sized mouth. And so you're the one sent in to fucking look at it. No, please, please. No! Fuck you, game. You will not break me. You will not break me. I mean, it sounds like the kind of game that a fucking dentist would love. You know? Yeah! Ski through this like it's fucking 1.6. I said 6.1. Whew! Okay. Making some progress here. Fuck you, you shiny piece of crap. I'm not gonna spend the next 20 minutes of my life trying to grab you. I don't need you. Fuck. Alright, shut up. Okay, maybe I do need it. Alright? Maybe I do need shiny things. Damn it, I just keep overshooting that last bit. Oh, you tricky fuck! What is this contraption? It seems like it was, at some point, like the waste filtering system or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of parts of this game, so much of it feels like it makes sense, but not to us. Did we ever come up with a good term for that? Like, that kind of alien logic? When nothing about the environment you're in makes sense, but it feels like everything does. Rather than just being a bunch of, like, higgledy-piggledy assets thrown together. Is there a good term for that? Am I just having a fucking slow brain day? Somehow, for some reason I find this, like, straight corridor to be more fucking... What the fuck? I swear to God, if it turns out we've basically been playing Night in the Museum this whole time. We're actually just somebody's little fucking, like, one of those, like, sticky action figures that you can throw at the window for climbing. There's no limit on how many flares I get. There's no limit. There's no limit. I guess a little bit like Toy Story. Has anyone thought about or talked about the Buzz Lightyear movie and why it's really disappointing that it fucking sucked? Like, okay, we all know why something like the Buzz Lightyear movie exists. It's to sell toys and make money. Alright? It's not a creative endeavor. It's a cash-making endeavor, but... I've been thinking about it a fair wedge. Because, like, in... Ooh. Now, did it say follow the river? We can get back this way. I'll leave a little light for us to follow back. In Kingdom Hearts 3, there is a Toy Story segment, and it's incredible. Maybe not gameplay-wise, but thematically. Because it's the Final Fantasy toys of their world, interacting with fucking Woody and Buzz and things like that. You know, and all the concepts were taken from what was supposed to be Final Fantasy versus 13. They ended up getting kind of put on the cutting room floor. So it's all scrapped Final Fantasy concepts turned into toys. Sorry, it's scrapped Final Fantasy concepts that are turned into an in-universe video game that's so successful it has toys. And those toys interact with the toys from Toy Story. I fucking love shit like that. Because creatively, you can do whatever the fuck you want with a concept like that. Nothing is forbidden. And I was thinking, like, you know, if they ever did a thing based on Buzz Lightyear. Because they already had Buzz Lightyear the cartoon, right? And I had this fucking wild concept of, what if Buzz Lightyear the cartoon was like Rambo the cartoon? Right? Or, I don't know, Gremlins might be another good one. Sorry, Little Fire's here, so I've got Gremlins on the brain. But the idea of it being like a 15 or an 18 plus movie that just happened to be really successful with kids and sold toys and did all this stuff, right? What if that's the story of Buzz Lightyear? That the toy that sells out is based on the cartoon, and the cartoon was based on like a fucking sci-fi. Hey, it's fine. Little Fire, you're my favourite gremlin, so it's fine. God, fucking damn it, that did not take us an hour 15, that took a lot longer. But yeah, no, so the idea that the Buzz Lightyear Rescue Ranger is a character from a fucked up, like, sci-fi movie, maybe even a horror movie like Alien, that ended up having a kid's cartoon that was wildly successful. Yeah, like Chucky being a Christmas toy. Whoa, I mean, Scotty, think about it. Like, the fucking Toxic Crusader. Radiation levels low, flare production not possible. Oh, I have to turn radiation into bad times. Alright, well, better take some screenshots then. I was trying to think of another one, and like Gremlins is not a kid's movie. But, you know, it was marketed to kids. You know? Fucking Ghostbusters? Like, all of that shit. There are loads of these properties that were never meant for children. RoboCop! Thank you, Evil Geek. What if Buzz Lightyear was fucking, like, RoboCop style? You know? Fucking killing aliens and shit. Killing aliens and shit, like... Beetlejuice, there's another one. Robert Cop only to his friends. Yeah, no, that, like, The Mask was another one. Like, there were loads of these properties that weren't meant for kids that ended up having, like, toys made of them and shit because, well, I mean, it's always Reagan. He got rid of all of the rules around what you were and weren't allowed to market to children. Roberto Copperty. That's his full name. He's not actually a police officer. It's just his surname's Copperty. Not a lot of people know that. Okay, this is fucking cool. See, don't I take you all to the nicest places? You'll fucking say I don't take you anywhere. Look at this. But yeah, imagine if Buzz Lightyear was that. You know, you've got the power armor, you've got the arm laser, and then you start like, what does an 18 rated 80s action Buzz Lightyear movie look like? Now, I don't think they'd go as hard as like a Event Horizon. That's a little bit too far even for like, you know, insane toy companies, but look, little fire. Sometimes you gotta go through a poop tunnel or two to get to a beautiful underground aqueduct. Just like my granddad used to say. He was a weird guy, don't worry about it. No, he didn't say that. Oh shit! So he says so. Gremlins was a year they changed. Was the year they changed Double A, 14 years old, to the 15 cert officially. Said to lie. Oh, you lied to get into a movie? How dare you! I bought a full box copy of Quake, which I believe was an 18 at the time. I was not 18. Ooh, strange owls and shapes. I wonder if this is going to be like Mirror Moon EP. Buzz Lightyear, grizzled space cop, with an attitude one day from retirement. Okay, if we break it down. So Buzz Lightyear has power armor and laser weapons. So it's going to be more of like a, you know, some of those weird like knockoff Star Warsy things, but with a bit of that like ultra nasty. So it's probably going to be closer to, I don't know, Total Recall, right? So what's the story? He's a space cop sent on one last mission. I imagine a scene where he like pops his shoulder wing out into someone's face and crushes it. I have seen Outland with Sean Connery. I don't imagine it being that po-faced. Oh shit. Oh shit, I made it green. Was I supposed to make it green? If I try licking it, see what happens. I have licked the geometric shape. Nothing has changed. Oh. Okay. I think. Notice how this whole area, all the steps, the step-ups, the archways, are for something much larger than us. Yeah, I had a feeling it would do this. Take us on a lovely little adventure. Look, I'm taking you all through a geometric gondola ride in this beautiful underground environment. You licked a spider. That is a thing you did. We'll need to have a long talk about it. The you licked the spider speech is up there with the club sandwich speech. As in, genuinely, what I think is some of the best voice acting in video games. But that's not the story. Ancient Cistern. I have a name. Actually, I wonder if I do this and then just go parkour. Where does it bring us back to? Here we go. Ah, Verdant, you should have peed before we got on the fucking geometric gondola. Every time we get on some kind of floating geometric shape, 5 minutes later you've got to pee.
Looks a bit like a blueprint for a Falcon de Lacy feeder Lance ship on the BBC Electron home computer.
Be sure to record the end credits onto your tape deck for the latest computer software. Thank you, Scotty. So Favor 6 is saying that like the Buzz year would be more like Clint Eastwood. Clint's definitely up there because Buzz has got that like, he's got that like faux action jawline. So I think a Clint or a Clint-alike, Clint-along if you will. I think that would make sense. God, this is fucking cool. You know what? This is making all of that fucking bullshit that we've gone through to get here. It's making it worth it. I get the feeling as well that all these broken pieces here are for speedrunners. So if you don't want to do the story bits, you buy the toy at Clintoris. I don't know, Verdant Flow, I can never find it. Oh, it's nearly 10 o'clock at night. Let's just call it Longship After Dark and be done with it. Oh. Okay, now we're going to do some fancy jumping for a second. But no, I do think that the Buzz Lightyear... whoever played Buzz Lightyear would have been like a faux kind of cowboy actor. Or like a big chinian, like... Not quite... What's his name? Bronson. Evil Geek's got an alternate take. Buzz is kind of corny and has a bunch of catchphrases. Instead of being a gritty action movie, it's like a failed Steven Seagal vehicle. Oh! Yeah, so the idea being that the movie was a fucking mess. That's pretty cool. So the movie was a fucking mess, but they'd already sold like the rights to the toys and the cartoons and shit like that, and those end up being more successful. Okay, Evil Geek, I kind of like that. I'm trying to think of some... Oh, Stargate. Well, Stargate the movie was successful and did have toys. SG-1 is the one we all remember, because it was really good. I'm trying to think if there are any like that, where the movie failed, but the toys and the sub-franchises did well. Is there any you can think of, friends? Leopa! This is like the art house equivalent of Super Wipeout. Takeshi's arty castle. Oh, and Aeon, so they postponed the fucking testing until Friday, and they haven't even given me a time as to when it's going to happen. Now, thankfully, because I'm just a fucked up mess this week, I haven't been starting streams until like 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I don't have to worry about deafening all of you lot. Ooh, Evil Geek, Evolution. That movie ate shit, and it wasn't very good. But it survived on product placement and toys and a cartoon. DJ Quill, with love and respect, to say it is the best movie that no one talks about. The winning MacGuffin in the story was the big sponsor. Like, even Sonic the Hedgehog's Olive Garden jokes weren't as obvious as... They just cram a pipe of Head & Shoulders shampoo up the monster. Branding and all. Ooh. Arty nonsense. Wow, subscription rescinded. I had a feeling it would stop here, but... It was a weird time. It was a weird time in movies. But okay, I like that read that, you know, Buzz comes from a failed movie franchise. Oh, thank fuck I can climb again. Try and destroy my wrists trying to do those fucking wall jumps. Look, DJ, I'm not here to take away from you your beloved memories of the movie Evolution. Okay, you know what? And there are a bunch of bad movies that I love. I unironically enjoy Wild Wild West. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And I can't help but love it. So Aeon, the problem with growing up in the UK is like, I'm sure G.I. Joe cartoons were syndicated at some point, but like, we didn't really have them, you know? It wasn't something that we really encountered. It's a level of Americana that we weren't exposed to. So, it's always kind of weird. Sorry, I said it's weird multiple times. You know, great useful descriptors of a franchise. What I mean is, like, the UK had a brand that was called Action Man, but that was based on, like, the large doll-sized figures. So, more fancy accessories, that kind of thing. As opposed to the smaller, like, with vehicle toys. We did have some cool shit that y'all didn't. Like, look, I'm just gonna say it. Whether or not you cared about Thunderbirds as a show, those fucking spaceships were the coolest fucking thing ever. Thunderbird 2? Fuck yes. I mean, shit, Thunderbird 1, we turned an orbital escape rocket into a jet fighter. Yeah, you get it. I always felt bad for the guy who got stuck on the fucking space station, though. I always feel like he must have pissed off the family for that job. And Luther kind of broke my heart in, Alright, what am I doing? Where am I going? What is wrong with me? I don't need all of those questions answered, but maybe some of them. Aeon, I remember the MC Hammer cartoon. And for some reason, it is burnt into my mind. For, whenever there's a crime, some crooks have got a new rhyme, you all better beware because the hammer will be there. Okay, do we want to go back to the conversation about what selling out used to be? Because selling out used to involve having a fucking cartoon made of you and kids' toys. I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I think I'm supposed to be climbing across the waterfront and going that way. Yeah. I made this more complicated than it needed to be. Good work, Will! Let me just open willflaws.txt. Yes, sorry Phyllis, I always get those mixed up, you're right. G.I. Joes were originally the larger doll-sized figures with, like, military shit. You know. Wee propaganda in your hand! And then they did the tinier ones that had the vehicles, which were cool as fuck. We didn't have those, but we did have Thunderbirds, and those slapped. For the doll-sized ones we had Action Man, and he was pretty lame. He was a bit of a dweeb, if we're being honest. Fuck. your android's wet. Much like Gremlins. Oh yeah, no, See, that was the thing. Y'all had Satanic Panic, whereas we had the whole, like, fear of the ninja. I think about that quite a bit. So yeah, so what Fred and Peeps were talking about is that, yes, we had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles renamed to Hero Turtles in the UK. Anything referencing ninjas or nunchucks or the ilk was leapt upon by parents' groups. Big part of why in the second Turtles film, Michelangelo doesn't get to have any combat scenes. There was one scene where he used hot dogs, or well, sausages, and that was cut from the European release. Oh, piss. You know what, Favor 6? That would make a weird kind of sense. I know, Scotty, absolutely, but, you know, British kids, like all kids, have been finding ways to injure each other with, like, found implements for as long as the concept of children have existed. We didn't have to rename the fucking turtles to find ways to hurt ourselves. Oh, piss the bed. Oh no, Angelus, I mean, joking aside, absolutely, like, the Satanic Panic was a fucking nightmare. It wasn't something that we had in the UK. You know, we didn't have to go through that. Yes! Maybe that wasn't the right way of doing it. I don't care. The temple is clear. Temple of Climbers. Okay. But yeah, just thought you'd all find that interesting. And yeah, I'm sorry that you all didn't get fucking Thunderbird toys, because they were cool as. And they were metal. I will say, for as much as the rest of them weren't as cool, the tank from Captain Scarlet was cool as fucking shit. It was like someone made an APC out of a DeLorean. Fucking slapped. Dr. McNinja getting British censorship would be very funny. Alright, that would be fucking funny. Yeah, Kakazi, unless that is actually what I was supposed to do and I have severely fucked up. Because that would be very peak me core. I mean, Favor 6, Stingray had the cool base. Like, all the buildings kind of, like, flipping down and stuff. That was rad. However... Can I make that jump? Shit. I do like the can I make that jump is this game's can I pet that dog. But also, you know, Stingray was a whole show about a fucking submarine. What's that? We're gonna go closer to Will's greatest fear. There we go. You know. Occasionally Thunderbird 4 got sent out, but no one really gave a shit about Thunderbird 4. Thunderbird 4 was a submarine with a dozer attached to the front of it. Don't worry about it. But it couldn't do shit without Thunderbird 2. Arguably, the coolest fucker in this entire lineup. Which was a gigantic, like, tank carrier but with interchangeable pods. God, that was cool as fuck. I don't get to double jump. Yes! Piss climber! Sorry. I've been on my own a little bit too much of late. I'm trying to keep my sanity together as best I can, but... You know, the guinea pigs are doing a lot of heavy lifting. There we go. Oh yeah, good old UFO. I was a little young for UFO. Because that one mixed real people with like... Okay, sorry. I just realised that you all might not be as drowned in bizarre British sci-fi culture. We had a lot more just ambient sci-fi in the UK than you would expect. And it came from a bunch of different places, not just Doctor Who, which was kind of considered not great, almost a bit kitschy when I was a youngling. But that's another matter. We had a whole bunch of shows. I don't know if I mentioned this to you all. While I was drunk with park programs, I found out that it all harkens back to a show called Quartermast. All of it. Doctor Who, Thunderbird, Space 1999, all of it. Which was originally a radio play that was one of the earliest like black and white sci-fi shows the BBC produced. It was very much like a budget theatre production. It's fucking hokey as all hell, but it's kind of the progenitus of a lot of things like Doctor Who. But yeah, we had a bunch of weird sci-fi shows for years. UFO was the first live-action and miniatures crossover. So you had real actors, but it was all model work. And occasionally it would involve puppet hands, but that was more... The people hands in Thunderbirds instead of puppet hands will always make me laugh. Again, another story. After what we went through in the last place, this level is just gorgeous. This feels like my reward for surviving, you know? Fable 6 has the DVDs. So yeah, so that whole production studio, they did UFO, Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons, Stingray, and there was now, was Terranauts, was that Terry's lot, or was that someone else? Because that was the one that fucked everybody up. Sorry, to the rest of you who aren't based in the UK, you just gotta... Terra Hawks, thank you. You're just going to have to put up with this. This is the thread we're on right now.
Charlie Sheen and 2 other tarnished walked into a fight with Melania. In seconds there were 2.5 men.
In 17 pieces. Fucking Joe 90. Although, Joe 90 was basically like shitey Johnny Quest. We kind of... And Johnny Quest wasn't exactly fucking cool. Yeah, Angelo's, I think it, some people have done some bits on that one, but yeah, there are so many weird ones. I don't know at what point, I'm sorry I haven't a clue, stopped airing, but that was a radio show that was the inspiration for a lot of stuff like Whose Line Is It Anyway and stuff like that. I fucking loved that as a kid. It's kind of how I learned to talk shit all the time. They have this one game called Mornington Crescent. Which was a bullshit made-up game. And the whole point was to get to Mornington Crescent on the tube line. But everything about the game is made up. But no one is allowed to admit that the game is completely made up. So you're just coming up with increasingly bizarre rules. It's fucking brilliant. Jesus, supercar. I know of, I've never seen. Same with Fireball. Good old Jerry Anderson. It is interesting that those early, like, hybrid puppet live-action shows still hold up now. And some of the early, like, 3D crossover hybrid shows really don't. God, I can't wait for whatever fucking hellscape it's going to throw us into after this. Okay, sorry, I completely went off topic. I was leading up to something. We were talking about, what the Buzz Lightyear movie would have been. And I guess we just got talking about good old-fashioned telly shows and British weirdness. Oh, so, sorry, Akira Zero, thank you for 500 bits. You put so much into keeping this going. Thank you. What we were talking about before you came in was, the Buzz Lightyear movie was bad. I mean, it was a vehicle to make money. That's why it existed. We all know this. That's not shocking. I don't think any of us expected it to be good. But I started thinking about, like, rather than what we were given, the hieroglyphics depict people climbing towards a pure bright eye that appears deteriorated, likely very old. Could just be tired. Yeah, so the idea is that the Buzz Lightyear movie is the movie that the toys were based on, and we reverse engineered it. So, like, taking into account, I want to call him Terry, it's not. Andy. Andy from Toy Story. Taking into account his age and when he got the toys, there's a very strong chance the Buzz Lightyear toys are from the cartoon, and the cartoon was based on some kind of fucked up 80s action movie or like sci-fi franchise or some shit. And so we were trying to reverse engineer what that movie would be. Everyone, remember to give it Sauron his eye drops. It does try out. Alright, what is this going to give us? Ooh, I'm now very floaty. Fucking wee. Fucking wee. Harper charper char. Fucking wee. I'm so floaty. Yay! 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 I thought it was going to do the old double jump on us, but no. Yeah, the US didn't get Blake 7. And I'm sure there's a bunch of, like, Murica-centric shows that I don't even know that I don't know about, you know what I mean? But yeah, so yeah, Akira Zero, when you came on and that's what we're talking about, then that led to talking about things like Captain Scarlet and Thunderbirds and shit like that. Just the differences. Oh, wow. I made a new word, and that new word was bad. The difference between, like, the cultural elements between the US and the UK that weren't, like, monocentric. Well, I shouldn't say monocentric. There. I might need to make a cup of tea, because I'm talking absolute bollocks at this point. Owl! I am floaty. So floaty. Whee! This is fun. Beebles, I have heard of Captain Canuck, but just from, just since hanging out with the Longship. Like, it's not something that I knew about ahead of time, you know? Yeah, you know, Devoshi, that's an interesting one. Not to, not to plug the podcast again, but one thing that was really interesting was Ben has introduced Mandy to the Young Ones, one of Rick Mayall's earliest projects. And, oh, the hieroglyph is to pick 4 months summoning a shining object. It seems to be designed to seal the hole below. It is not clear what is sealed or why. Oh yeah, and so the thing with the Young Ones, if you ever watch it, it's really chaotic. And in every episode, there's a musical number, like a live performance. Because the way the BBC used to classify shows back then and what shows got funding was based on what they were about, right? And the Young Ones is classified as a variety show. And to do this, that meant they had to have a musical performance. Like, we don't have variety shows anymore. But the panel shows of the era definitely survived. I mean, I would say that's why Whose Line Is It Anyway survived as long as it did, but nah, they were just that funny. They're just that funny. You know, I'm sorry I keep bringing up TikTok all the time, but TikTok... Watching younglings discover the Young Ones and Bottom has given me great joy, because both of them are the kinds of things that you think will just be shitey and juvenile. And sure, they have their moments. But both Rick Mayall and Ada Edmondson in Bottom are incredible masters of their craft. And I got to see a clip from Bottom live. And like, it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. And Bottom, you would not think would have that caliber. I often feel bad that like most American audiences only really got the Guest House Paradiso, which is kind of the weakest of all of those. I can't remember if it's first season or second that starts with, they're in a dating agency. And she calls out, do I have an Edward Hitler here? Oh, that's me. It's an interesting surname. Yes, it is. Have you got a mother? No. I'm gonna shut up. I don't think I can respond. Oh, fuck, I spiffed that jump. Anyway. Oh, so the UK didn't have Whose Line Is It Anyway? We had a lot of other shows. Like, we'd predominantly have other things. We'd have improv shows masquerading as other things. Mock the Week was kind of like one of the big ones. And that came from... Oh, fucking hell. The news one that went for 1 million years. Which I think is still going to this day. God damn it. Favorite 6, I remember it being called something completely different, but that's the power of gin. Diversi, don't. I have been hitting the gin a little too hard of late, so I'm trying... give myself a couple of nights off, because GDC is often referred to as the Great Drinking Convention with good reason. Fucked up. No. I fucked that one up. That one up. No. It's interesting I can't climb that one because of the angle. Oh, alright, we'll just shimmy around. There we go. So jumping back in, Divershi was saying they recently watched a British spy show called Sandbaggers. Shockingly good, Howie. The problem is, it's really hard to tell which one's going to be a banger. Because some of those old shows are fucking terrible. And there's almost no rhyme or reason as to which one is going to be good. But, you know, that's the BBC effect, right? You know. I'm not saying the BBC is good by any means. I'm just, you know, when the rules for whether or not your show continue are bizarre and a little arbitrary, it does change what gets made. You know, the whole thing with the young ones, like I said, is that it only got made because it was, air quotes, a variety show, not a... not a comedy show. Now, Aeon, you're not wrong. There is a weird, like, law of disproportionate. That the higher the budget, the worse the BBC show is going to be. Like, Doctor Who was made on nothing. Like, I'm sure you all know this, but it's one of those things that bears repeating. The reason why it's a time travel show is because what did the BBC do loads of? Period dramas. Fuck, I fell in a drink. So every time the Doctor goes to, like, I don't know, some fucking old-timey space, it's because somewhere else in the BBC, someone was doing something, and they were like, oh yeah, we'll just fucking reuse that set. Jobs are good. You know, one thing that cracked me up was, not the episode that's out, but the next one of Stitches in Time is all about fucking, well, Metabolus 3, but the arc is all about, like, proto-fracking in a Welsh mining town, and the sets are all really impressive. So no doubt, somewhere else in the BBC, they were filming a drama about a Welsh mining town, and we're like, yeah, we'll just fucking use the sets. When you stop and think about it, like, from a budgetary standpoint, things like Doctor Who and Stargate SG-1, like, compartmentalized sci-fi, fucking genius. Like, in terms of keep budget low, keep show good. I mean, the rest of the Star Trek lot's not bad, because you basically build like 2 sets and then reuse those every week. Hey! Hero to the people, Dan Jones! Navi, good to see you. That guy. Come on in, friends, come on in. I nearly lost my temper at this game, but I brought it back.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Climb that wall.
I think I shall. I think I shall. Naru, come on in. And thank you for... How many months is that? Jesus, it's 29. So do we have a Dan, or is Dan off getting, like, food and supplies? Because I realise, friends, that whilst this is what I do, this is also my social time, so I try not to leap onto everybody. Alright, well, I do know that the only other person who has played through Lorn's Law is DJ, so... Oh, was it Dan Jones and Dragons tonight? Oh, then... Alright, just don't fucking tell me what happened, alright? One of the pisses about streaming for a living is I don't get to watch Dan Jones and Dragons live anymore. Grumble, 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 grumble. How dare DJ not adjust the D&D schedule for me, the viewer? How dare? Nuclei, Watto, and welcome. It was the most D&D of all time. What did I say about spoilers? I can't believe you've done that. Alright, so friends, welcome to Lorn's Law. If you're a fan of DJ, you've probably already seen this game through. My first time playing it. We're talking about kind of everything and nothing tonight. Well, okay. When you all came in, we were talking about, like, the BBC effect, i.e., the cheaper the budget, the better the show. Now, I'm not a big fan of the BBC as an entity, but, you know, we're just talking about classic stuff. But we got ourselves onto this topic by a fascinating thing that you might enjoy as kind of like a little thought exercise, right? So, you know the Buzz Lightyear movie that came out last year before, that was mostly fucking trash. We were talking about basically reverse engineering it, right? So based on Andy's age in Toy Story, the toy of Buzz Lightyear is probably from the cartoon. And I put forward the idea that what if that cartoon is based on like an Ultraviolet or like a grown-up movie, as was the deal in the 80s, right? Like how there was a Rambo cartoon and Rambo action figures, right? And if that's the case, then what the hell was the original Buzz Lightyear movie? And we had one that was kind of like a grim, dark Blake 7 type thing. You know, with kind of, not Blake 7, the space detective one we were talking about earlier. Oh no, Nuclei! No, Disney would never do anything this fucking cool or interesting. But that's why we get to, you know, have it as a fun little creative exercise. Yeah, the idea that Buzz Lightyear is like a grizzled space cop a la Total Recall. But then we've had a few other little ideas as well, like Buzz was never the protagonist of the film, but was like the comic relief that ended up being like the focus of the cartoon. That kind of thing. I think it's pretty cool. Because one of the other little recent things that I love... Okay, I guess calling it recent might be a bit of a stretch, but as I'm sure you know, in Kingdom Hearts 3, the Toy Story area features the faux Final Fantasy characters, right? I forget what the game is called. But, like, the game is based on... I forget what is the in-universe called? But the game itself is based on the unused concepts that would have gone into Final Fantasy Versus 13 before that whole mess. Could Buzz be a 40k Inquisitor? I don't think so. Because he's still a Space Ranger. I think he's either the meathead, like, action protagonist, or he's the comedy sidekick, right? I do like Buzz Dredd. Fuck, that's good. That guy is ingratiating themselves into the wordplay game very well. Buzz Dredd. And Ark the Conclave, I think either or is an interesting discussion. I'm not sure which, right? Because Buzz's color scheme is very kid-friendly, but it's taken from the cartoon. And, like, I always think that Buzz Lightyear's, like, power armor looks a lot like the Battletech designs for the cartoon. So, like, it could be a pseudo 40k thing, right? Like, you know, it was this sci-fi franchise of this guy who has this super powerful power armor, and man, that is fucking massive. Yeah, I ain't skiing on that. Because that could make sense. And Bryce, that's actually an interesting way of looking at it. The idea that Buzz of the cartoons was like the kid's sidekick from the movie. So, like, the Space Rangers might have been this squad of, like, fucked up power armor, like, badasses. Buzz grows up to be one of them in the cartoon. Because there's a few examples of that. Remember fucking Police Academy at a fucking movie? At a fucking cartoon? Because I just did this second. Oh, that's broken. No, that's not growing back. Fucking Police Academy. The worst propaganda of all time. Man, did we ever do... Fred, did we ever pitch Judge Fred as a concept? Like a review show or something? We should do that. No, too low. No, Naru, Police Academy absolutely had a cartoon. Aha! Parkour! Parkour. Because we did Will and Fred's Excellent Adventure. Is this... Yeah. I was like, can I slide on this? Or is this just the bad water? This is the bad water. Wait, have I gotten myself in trouble again? Am I supposed to be on the other fucking side? Fucking hope not. Yeah, no, I was just supposed to try my very hardest not to sing Free Falling at the top of my lungs at 11 o'clock at night. Fucking we falling. Damn it! Hey, on, I was doing so well. But yeah, if any of you all have any questions about the nonsense or the banter, just let me know. We're going to be continuing to trundle down this impossible fucking structure. And we just got, I think, like a jump upgrade. So, means I die a little less. You know it's going to be stuck in my fucking head now. Curse me with such knowledge. Oh, that was a stupid idea. Jump crate. That's what I do at parties. I jump great. I tell you, it's a lot less stressful now we have this like low gravity mode. Huh. Evil Bacchus, I did not know that. Evil Barker says that the RoboCop cartoon series only had 12 episodes instead of 13 because the money was used up to fund the pilot for the X-Men series. And Caffeine, go get some sleep. You know, it's been a good one. One thing I do know was that basically the Rambo cartoon kind of fucked it. Even though the Reagan administration had changed shitloads of restrictions on what you could sell to children. Rambo the cartoon and Rambo the toys set some noses out of whack, which ultimately meant we never got an Aliens cartoon, which we almost did. The toys existed in concept for a long time, but... I also thought it very, very strange that RoboCop got a cartoon and toys, with RoboCop 3 specifically referencing the use of cartoons and toys as a propaganda tool. Like the idea of normalization of fascism through selling shit to children. You know. Yeah, actually, most of the knowledge that I have about this does come from a show called Secret Galaxy on YouTube. And they go into a lot of history of toy franchises, IPs, etc. Real good coffee time listening to. Yeah, but I mean, Aeon, it's if the writer of the Torment Nexus made like my first Torment Nexus for kids. Let's just take one good look at this beautiful, effervescent waterfall. Can't wait to see what we fall into next. Having survived the poo pipe, I'm sure we're going to get, like, I don't know, nightmare meat puppets or something. Be my fucking luck, wouldn't it? Oh! After finding such a beautiful place, I expected a revelation. I expected something. Anything but these tunnels. These tunnels made of meat. Anything but another 5 years of nothing. Until... Okay, so between the chapter we just finished and where we end up is supposed to have been 5 human years. Called it! Fucking called it. And Fred, it's so weird that both of, oh, what's his fucking face? Verhoeven's most noted works, which were successful, ended up, all of their subsequent variants completely missed the fucking point of them. It is possible, friends, to be too good at making art. That is the Verhoeven way. Like, I know we bring up Starship Troopers a lot, and, you know, I think thanks to the success of Helldivers, it's nice to be able to talk about it again. But, like, RoboCop was equally biting, and not just its consumerism stuff. Like, there is a line which never gets talked about. Right at the end, when Robo and partner are having the worst time, and they lay there, both of them beat up and bloody and close to death. And our main man, Robert Coppett, says, "Don't worry, they'll fix you. They fix everything." That is worlds of fucked up. Worlds of fucked up. He's talking about the corporation. Right? Omni consumer products. Like, that's worlds of fucked up. Well, and Scotty, that's what's so fascinating. Both Helldivers and the 2 newest Starship Troopers games, the RTS and the 16-player shooter, are fucking good fun. They are brilliant. Right? But they are at no point even acknowledging the power of the original source, the power of the source material, right? Ah, beans. Maybe there's a bouncy castle at the bottom. No, you could be talking about Omni. Omni never did anything wrong. What do they have to fix? And that's what's so wild. Like, actually, don't know. I guess we're heading roughly that way. Oh, I forgot. There's a little help me find where the fuck I'm supposed to be going. An O-meter. Gremlin noises are a core component towards parkour. That's not a secret that a lot of people will tell you. It's here, you know, it's late. I'm letting forward all the secrets of the true parkour masters. But yeah, I mean, you all know, like, Starship Troopers, the movie, is a satire and a critique of nationalistic fascism. RoboCop is an absolute fucking biting piece on... Where the fuck do we go next? Yeah, no, that's what it's about. It's about where the fuck do we go next. It's really fucking hard to tell. Everything here is slidey. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Let me finish this thought before I throw myself down this impossible shaft. So yeah, the subsequent RoboCop sequels and Starship Trooper sequels completely miss the original messages of both, right? But they do at least RoboCop 2 does adhere to the rule of cool and does have some funky, fresh ideas in terms of like the fake the fake commercials which speak to the state at which capitalism has destroyed us all, that kind of shit, you know. Oh, I think I'm supposed to skate down that way. Yeah, I fucked up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, and Devoshi, I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but yeah, Starship Troopers, the book, is very, very pro-military, very pro-fascist. The adaptation is vehemently against those things. That amuses me greatly. Here we go. Fuck off. But it is interesting that, yeah, both the Starship Troopers games have completely missed, again, the original nonsense and have just gone for the rule of cool, kill the bugs, only good bugs are dead bug. And, you know, the bugs... How you choose to deconstruct Starship Troopers is always an interesting thing. The thing about the bugs that I find fascinating is that they aren't an idealistic antagonist. They're just creatures. It's kind of implied that, you know, humans poked the bear on that one. We were the ones fucking with them. And, you know, Helldivers gets it. Fuck. Helldivers wears that that analogy very proudly on its sleeve. I nearly died. I nearly died. Fuck. Marshall Red. Good thing I don't read. Yeah. It's behind that door marked pirates. How am I still alive? How am I still alive? I'm gonna have, like, buns of fucking steel by the time I finish this game. A bootay of stone and iron from how much I've been clenching cheeks for hours now. Oh. They call me the Clencher. But no, I just, okay, the last thing I want to add before throwing myself down this cliff means I miss any interesting discussion points, was that, oh, fuck it, put me here, was that, with the discussion of all this nonsense, right? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, fucking hell. Helldivers 2 shows us that you can still acknowledge the rule of cool and create something that's incredibly satirical. And I think that's fucking cool. You know, one of the things that we used to talk about was you can't make a good Starship Troopers game because the very virtue of being in that world and playing with all these cool super gun toys is always going to result in a situation where you're going to be a bit pro-military because you're the one who gets to play with all the stuff. Whereas the hyper-militarism of Helldivers 2 is so far into the ridiculousness. Oh, have I fucked up here? Please tell me I haven't. No, I'm good. That you get to have your cake and eat it, essentially. You get to have your biting critique and cool fucking guns. And there's loads of things that it does. Where does EDF fit into this? EDF... Oh, and Golan, thank you for the follow. EDF doesn't really have much to say other than have fun with your friends. And it's also important to mention, like, games don't have to be a biting critique of things, right? It's okay to just blast gigantic space ants with your friends while yelling, you know, the EDF deploys. That was smooth. If it wasn't for Tetris, how'd we know the danger shot by L-shaped blocks? You know, Fred, you know the L stands for Lenin, right? Sorry. Oh, you got After Dark Will. Sober and unhinged. Not quite sober Gamzee, but equally as insufferable. And before you ask, yes, that was a Homestuck reference, and no, I will not be apologising. Yeah, the T block stands for Trotsky. Now you get it. Now you're seeing. This might be one of those games where looking at the here's where you're supposed to be hints might actually make it harder. Link helps us grapple with the unscathing danger posed by unattended pottery. Link teaches us that pottery is always treasure in waiting. Kind of like a super aggressive. Okay. Sorry, I could see this a mile off. The robot says, "Is it over?" Oh, you're not from the city. Well, don't go expecting a bed to sleep in. We were attacked. Not even sure by who. Only a few of us got out. We spread in all directions. Stay if you want, but we don't have any food. You know, I did see something weird the other day. Something went towards the city entrance down below. Not sure how to describe it. It was like a flashing mirror. Couldn't see it, but I saw it like an effect. None of the other story though. What about you, mate? Why aren't the others saying anything? They've been through a lot. You'll see. You'll see. Okay, you have 5 beds and there's 3 of you. You do not need a double bed each. I'll make it weird. No, these are other androids, I reckon. Just going by kind of like the design. Like, this is one of those games that is content to tell us almost absolutely nothing about who we are in this world, you know? Fuck. Well, we're taking the quick travel route. Fucking wee! I can't grapple onto that pipe. How the fuck am I supposed to get out of here? Bastards! I might be in trouble. No, it'll be alright. Okay. Yeah, reboot. Great story, never finished. There've been some restoration projects around it recently, which have been real cool to hear about, but... Now we've got our cool gravity move. Makes things a little bit easier. Okay. Alright, I'm back. No, I just wanted to add that, like, you can make an action game that is just about having fun, right? With games, you're not just reading the text, you're experiencing it. You have... Like, if you think about all the different layers in which you engage with a game, it's fucking loads. Now, I spend far too much time thinking about all this Oh no.
Welcome to the Beastpin Skydiving Without a Parachute Championship. In first, second and third places will Armus form planet Earth.
Soon to be of high-speed pancake. And Scotty, thank you for this. Thank you all. God, I've been a fucking mess of late, and you're not still being fucking lovely to me. I was about to say, where do we go now? I know, and I wish I didn't. It's time for some synchronized falling. Whoa! So, Devoshi, what I find funny when talking about Halo is that Halo stumbles into some shit, right? Like, not every franchise has to have superstar writing. So, like, as I'm sure you all know, like, in the world of Halo, the Spartans weren't the good guys to start with. The Spartans are accidental heroes. Right? The whole thing with the Covenant and, you know, the Covenant isn't quite accidental villains, but they're not far off. Like, they don't know that the rings are going to fucking destroy us all.
Halo was a lot of things, but the important part we found out, Chief fucks.
Yes, I'm so glad there was a TV show to reveal that tidbit of lore to us. He loves to take off his helmet and fuck. That's how we know the Master Chief. Fucking damn it. Sorry, I think I'm just telling us all stuff we know, but I always love talking about Halo. Because Halo's kind of like accidental brilliance. You know? The Spartans were created to quell colonist uprisings. And Reach was one of their first deployments. And while they're out, about to just beat the fuck out of some farmers with genetically engineered super soldiers, made from stolen children who were replaced with cancer-riddled clones, then a gigantic alien fleet popped out of nowhere and fucked up everybody's day. Like, without the Covenant, the Halo universe is the story of a fascist government using super soldiers to quell the populace. Like, enjoy that little tidbit. Oh, Aeon says a friend of theirs worked on some faces for the Halo series. Ah, good on them. No! 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 Alright, at least it saved my point here, and I'd have to do that fucking climb across. Going loopy. So yeah, the main setup of Halo is kind of like a comedy of errors on multiple places. Fred, you are not wrong. Any point where you have Space Marines in your story, humans are probably doing some hinky shit they're not supposed to. Alright, let's just do some synchronized falling like this. I'm gonna stop trying to be fucking clever. Stop trying to show off. Just do my fucking climbing. At least we all know now what a fucking first-person Rain World game would look like. Oh, I might have fucked up again. Fuck. Absolutely fucked up. Are there any good Space Marines in media? Okay, I do want to say something though. While the the Spartan program was not created for good reasons, and the Spartans never got a fucking choice in the matter, you know? How am I still alive? How am I still alive? Oh. You know, the story of Halo on a personal level is someone choosing good. You know? Ultimately, you know, the Chief does a whole bunch of shit of his own volition that makes him a real hero. And it's not fucking rocket science, you know? It's not like highbrow art. But, yeah, you know what? Hicks was alright. Oh, please don't be too far. Fuck! I thought I had that one. Piss! And yeah, John Rayner in StarCraft, mostly. He only makes it a little bit worse. Who knows what he did outside of... Well, Bryce, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you about the canonical sequel to Aliens. It is a video game called Aliens Colonial Marines. Oh, fuck me with him. Piece of barbed wire. No one's making me play this. I'm not being sponsored to play this game. There was no bet. There is no, if I get to the end, there'll be a bag of jewels. I'm doing this because I want to. It's fucking Rain World all over again. Oh, little fire, no. But I will say, I don't know too much about the structure of the Colonial Marines from the Aliens franchise to comment on them. Like, I'm a big Alien nerd, but I actually, you know, that's a little bit of a weak spot in my knowledge. But I'll say, like, if they're based on US military, then they're probably not the most affluent of individuals, right? Like, oh! You know, they're not... You know, they're there to collect a paycheck. They work for the company, you know? And considering they're called Colonial Marines, that means that they are the Marines for the colonies. And the colonies are basically, you know, company towns. So it doesn't take a fucking genius to work that one out. Getting those jumps though. Huh. Sorry, I keep seeing those anarchy symbols on the texture walls, and I'm like, who the fuck put those there? Oh, okay. Devoshi, thank you kindly. I didn't know that. So the Colonial Marines don't work for Weyland-Yutani. I guess they just have enough political pull to get them in there. Oh, it was Marshal Rhea. Alright. Oh, good on you. Fucking better at climbing this fucking thing than me. I think I've just got to get myself as close to the wall as I can and use that to descend as much as I can. It's got to be the fucking play here. There we go. Alright. We're gonna do this slow and fucking careful. Slow and careful. Oh yeah, no, actually, Devoshi, I had forgotten about that, because what's his face, Mr. Usually a Comedian, is the Weyland-Yutani spook. But they didn't have what's his face, who was basically like, you know, his first day on the fucking job. Here we go. Paul Reisner, thank you. So Fred, you know what? I'm actually looking forward to, like, Mickey 17 does look fascinating. It's a concept we've kind of fucked with more in video games than other mediums. You know, the live, death, repeat, cloning. It looks really fucking fun. Though I think it goes places. For lack of a better term. Are we just in somebody's fucking giant IKEA bullshit? I know these! I know these! These are the fucking... You get them from IKEA. They're like a bolt, and then you bolt in the fucking... that was all English language I just used. They're like a fixture to the wall, and you put shelving attachments into them. Are we just in a giant fucking IKEA? Fuck. Missed that jump. Akira Zero, let me remind you, there is a very, very, very big difference between can and should. You should not pee in the toilets in IKEA. Doesn't mean that you can't. You should not see how many beers you can drink inside the IKEA living room areas before that they ask you politely to leave. But you can. Weirdly, one of my favourite little, like, bits when it comes to, like, IKEA conversations are the people who have, like, fake arguments in the pre-built kitchens. I don't know why that always makes me laugh. I might be fucked. Yes! 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 A lot happened there, but I'll tell you, I got that little parkour climb at just the perfect time. Bryce says the Space Marines in the Metroid universe may be okay, but isn't the only time we really encounter them, isn't that in another M? And I don't want to talk about another M. I want to pretend like it never happened. I drink a lot of alcohol so I can forget things like that. You should also not say, get out of my house. Or who are you and what are you doing in my living room to IKEA employees? Oh shit, Aeon, I completely forgot that. Beginner's Guide, is that you? Davey fucking Retton. In my video games again with his fucking lamps. Fucking lamps. Considering the size and scale of this whole operation is not designed for anyone, why is there a perfect door and a perfect lamp? Apparently, peeing in the IKEA toilets was too much for Fred. Alright. Okay, no, Fred, I see how it is. I see how it is. See you later, friend. Yeah, totally not ominous. Fucking hell. Sorry, I recently replayed The Beginner's Guide because I was going through some weird shit this week. Sorry, when I say going through some stuff, I'm doing okay. There's no, like, medical problems. There's no, like, pop-up issues. I've just, you know, the old noggin's been a bit of a fucking dick. And one of the things that was really getting to me was Wonder Stop. Is it Wonder Stop? The, like, tea and recovery from burnout game that came out this week. I have nothing against it. I found it a little difficult because the person who made it, or the person who's responsible for it predominantly, is someone who is very, very prolific and very successful in video games. So making a game about recovering from burnout it's really important. It's a thing we should talk about more. We should all have the opportunity to recover from burnout, right? We should. But I haven't made a wildly successful indie game, and I can't stop to recover from burnout. So I got grumpy about it. I just wanted to prefix it with, I mean, it's a game about making tea. Yeah. Sorry, I went to space for a second there. Alright, I'm back. So I played the Beginner's Guide again, and it's actually interesting, and I have... Yeah, Golan, not all of us had the privilege to stop. That's what... Nara says, I'm pretty sure I've had multiple burnouts. Hard to remember. Yeah, that's why, if you're my age... Well, if you're what, just hitting 40 now or you're younger, you probably won't ever have a midlife crisis because we've been having a fucking crisis every year. We're inoculated against a midlife crisis. And Scotty, that is true. That is true. But, you know, the revolution will come and we'll still be there. All right? I'm going to try not to bring it into too much of the real world shitiness because, you know, all I can offer your lovely selves this hour is a glass of sake and a break from the nonsense. But yeah. I apologise. No, okay, so the reason why I brought that up, and again, I do apologise for, but I replayed the Beginner's Guide this week, and another really fascinating deconstruction, and that most of Davy's... Oh, I can make flares again. Whee! I like trains. Okay, emergency lockdown, rail destroyed, entry through air vents above. Oh, good. Love that for us. But yeah, Davy's career has pretty much come from deconstruction about how not just games, but the whole process of making them and experiencing them has fundamentally changed him as a person. And I really like that. Is there anyone here who hasn't played the Beginner's Guide? Just quick little show of hands. Oh no.
Man walks into a bar and asks, "You a hell diver?" Man replies, "No, Dave the Diver."
Although Dave the Diver's stealth section did send me to hell. Also, Akira Zero, you've been thrown in so much in the way of bits, so thank you. Like, people don't tend to do crazy stuff like that late at night, so it's always a jump scare. But you've held the Yalden for quite some time. So yeah, if you have a Jarl's Decree, you should use it. Apparently, we're heading up. Okay. So what I would say, friends, is I forget how much the Beginner's Guide is. It takes about an hour and a half with Fafamancy to play through. It's very, very good. And, you know, the themes is basically... It's the two sides to creating things, right? On the one hand, we want to make games, and I guess this applies to art as well, because we want to make them, right? You know, we have a creative idea in our noggin, or we're feeling we want to express, you know. A part of us wants to make this a reality. Can I climb that? No. That'd be far too easy. Ah, piss. Ah, piss. But alongside the part of us that wants to be left alone to create, there's also the part of us that wants to be acknowledged, that wants to be praised. You know, that wants to be told that we're very clever and we're very pretty, and that our game idea is the special game idea. You know, we want that Cliffy B feeling. You know, you're so good, Cliffy. You're a magical boy, and you make magical boy games. Sorry. I don't know why I keep picking on him. Oh, because he posts nonsense on social media, that's why. Cliffy B has always been lovely to me, and has been more of a force of good than of evil. Sorry, I just wanted to prefix that, because I know I'm kind of picking on him a lot tonight. And that these two sides of the self, these two sides of the creative, are kind of super duper at odds with each other. And that's what the beginner's guide is about. You know, you have Davey, aka Davey himself, and then this mysterious individual called Coda. And the game isn't so much a game, it's a walk through Coda's creations in Source Engine. You know, the things that Coda has made, and trying to ascertain, like, well, why has Coda made these things? For what reason? It's real good. Unlike that fucking jump. Okay. Akira Zero, the Zero Notary games, as in the incredibly complex visual novels, right? Those might be a bit of an ask. Oh, fuck you, mate! Not you. Akira Zero, just that fucking platform. Oh, apparently it counted that. It didn't want me to faff about anymore. Okay. Well, now where in the bloody hell are we supposed to go? In there? Well, time to explore, I guess. Fuck. Fucking kidding me. I could have just climbed a rail. I've got to stop letting this game suggest which way to go. This whole fucking time. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Like, why does it say it wanted us to come up onto... Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I realised in trying to work out what in the heck this game wants from me, I kind of went a little bit into space there. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm thinking of caving and getting myself a fucking glass of something to... Getting a glass of a bevy or something, you know? Fuck. Alright, almost had it that time. Eat your fucking heart out, Mega Man. That's how you do fucking wall jumps. Big hole. Well, hydrate or die straight, friends. as soon as I start getting like pissed off or frustrated at this game, then I was just like, everything comes together. Hello, babies. Okay, yes, you do. Hang on, friends. I'm not gonna mute the mic or anything, but I just need to give the babies some crunchies and some hay, and a little treat because they have been the best. Yes, Scotty, you should go get some sleep, friend. You want to see Nugs? You want to see Nugs? We might. Cleona might be down to come say hello. Alright, come here. Okay. There you go, Diva. There we go. Here you go, little one. Got a little Bicky. Aww. This is my little cutie. Well, one of two. For those of you who are new here, I have two guinea pigs. When me and Fiona moved into separate places, Fiona got the dogs, I got the nugs. And yeah. These two little cuties rule my fucking life with an iron paw. I might be to them like a god kaiju, but so far as they're concerned, I am their concierge. It is my job to look after them full time, and they know it. He's a little cutie. So cute. The lettuce father, and his eye. They heckin' love these treats. And they're allowed... Well, they can technically have 2 a day. I give them 1. Makes them very happy. But I have forgotten to give them hay. So... You little cutie. Spilling pieces all over me as well. But yeah, like Naru, they get crunchies and hay at this hour. Give them fresh food during the day. They're very spoiled. They're very spoiled. Look at that little face. Look at that happy little face. You finished your Bicky yet? Yeah, happy little nose wiggle. Oh. I think you got another couple pieces. Did you get it all? Okay. Okay, well done. Very good cutie. Very good cutie. Alright, get you girls some hay as well. There you go. Get you girls some hay. You got it all. Alright, chop, chop. Oh, chop, chop. Oh, chop, chop. Oh, chop, chop. Oh, chop, chop. Alright, got a bevy, got my climbing skills, got a song in my heart. I like to think that in this household, you know, you're all familiar with the concept of like a cherry blossom viewing, right? You know, going and having a little picnic with some booze, watch the cherry blossoms fall and things like that. And if one falls in your cup, it's supposed to be, what is it, a sign of good luck or what have you. Oh, and fearless. Go get some sleep, friend. To be continued. I had the same philosophy in this household, but if it's a single hair of nugget, it's a blessing if there is some nuggy hair that falls gently into my booze. Okay.
Okay, last one for the night. If you have to pollinate waves of flowers in a video game, would the genre be called a beam up?
Beat 'em up. Oh. It does make the B movie the first original beat 'em up. Whew. Don't get crushed. And Akira Zero, like, seriously, thank you. Like, and I know you're on the hunt for work at the moment, so, like, you know, look after you first before looking after my dumbass. Like, I trust you on that one, and thank you, okay? See, Uberdan, I agree with you. Taking care of pets is a privilege. I like to think that it's, you know, they put a lot of time and effort into being cute and supporting us, right? And in exchange, we look after them, we keep them happy and healthy. But I wouldn't say that the Nuggets are grateful. They know I work for them, or at least so far as they're concerned. So it's not gratitude. See, Sadlin, that's your first mistake, friend. That's your first mistake. Oh, and Sadlin, like, I wanted to say again, thank you for inviting me out today. It took some coffee and a lot of long shit banter, but my mood definitely improved, but I would have been a grumpy grumpus. Oh, shit. Ooh, Undercity. Shout out to my World of Warcraft homies. I know I sent you a photo of it. I don't know if I mentioned, friends. So while I was trying to fight back against the grumping of the universe, I decided to get myself a nice little coffee, because I have good coffee, right? I don't spend silly money on it, but there's what is it? Ravens Brewing. Ravens Brewing is a local-ish brand, and they make really good coffee. I like it, so that's my go-to. So we got this way. But, you know, sometimes you want to go get yourself, like, outdoor people coffee. But, you know, nice, good coffee isn't, like, free. So sometimes it's like a compromise. I go to the coffee machine we have in the lobby of our apartment complex, and I get a coffee there. So I can kind of have the pretense of going out for coffee without the cost. Wow, okay, this place is haunting. It reminds me very much of one of the, I think is it the second or third layer of Maiden Abyss, but twinned with the walled city. It's empty, but not from, I don't know what this is. God, this game is fascinating. But yeah, whilst I was having my little grown-up downstairs coffee, I remember I decided to go up to the roof. I saw two of the local crows were hanging out, and I rushed down to get my unsalted peanuts, which apparently they love. The local crow guy told me that that's the best thing to get for him, and I've heard that from other sources. So, to improve my mood, I sat there, I sipped my coffee, and I watched two crows fucking delighted that they just found a stash of peanuts. I mean, they saw me drop them, but I put them in the flower beds on the roof, so they could bob through the flowers and kind of, like, eat at them. Oh, okay. DJ Coil, the only thing I saw about Costco recently is that they're doing fucking commander packs right now. For like, it's $40 for like a build your own commander set. I don't know if they're any good, but... Ah, interesting. Are you a person? A droid. Okay. A few squads went to the harvester to see why it suddenly stopped. But they were waiting for us. They had destroyed the harvester to prevent us from using their resources. Once we were detected, it was a slaughter. My gunner, Agar, stepped on some shallow quicksand as we turned round a corner for cover. It was about knee-high and made of black tar or something. Stuff that runs through the outside structure. I froze in fear. Agar called for help, but I just stared at him from behind cover. The machine gun tore his body apart, but his brain was still intact. Bullet struck the tar and caught on fire, lighting him up. Took 10 minutes for the brain to melt, for him to stop screaming. Oh, good, he's just been here dealing with trauma this whole time. I love that. Bryce, I hadn't heard that. I knew somebody who used to bake pumpkin seeds after like doing pumpkins and like with a little bit of salt. So much work, but tasty snack. I don't have kids, so I don't care. Okay, so whatever conflict was going on, this is the leftovers of that. Fucking hell. Akira Zero, if you were talking about going to GDC last year, I would say let's fucking go. Like, pull the trigger, let's get loud. I know you're not a drinker, but, you know, I'll introduce you to some of, like, the board gaming squads and things like that. Like, last year, the GGP, the Gay Gaming Professionals, had a combi event, which was a board game night in one venue, and next door was a fucking rave. And both were excellent. Obviously, I'm more at home in the rave than the board game event, but yeah. I had a fucking great time. This year, I don't think you should risk it. Right? Friends, I wanted to do a talk show tomorrow, trying to theory craft what is going to happen for this GDC. Nick, as in Occult Game Dev, is the only person who got back to me and went yes. Most people just haven't responded. And I did hear back from our good friend Nathan Grayson over at Aftermath. They're doing their own show on the same topic, so that felt pretty good. Also, if you're into streaming, check out Nathan's book, because Nathan basically wrote World War Z for streamers, like a story of the history of Twitch as told by the people who survived it. It's very good. Anyway, I don't think anyone knows what this GDC is going to be like, and I think it's too much of a... I think it genuinely is too much of a risk. You know, so it's a big cost, and I can't promise what is or is not going to be there, you know? I love being an android and slurping up radiation. No, I mean, yeah, dude, go to Japan. Go to Japan. Have a good one. I can't promise the networking is going to be good. I can't promise the... You are a very tall guy. Oh, a new face. Strange. Well, you won't be here long. Not enough fuel for power. Waiting on a shipment that will never come. Only a few left alive. Only hard work remains. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Farewell. Sorry, the laugh was Aeon saying, how's your Japanese? And my brain immediately goes to, I think it was from, not Spy Hard, one of the other, like, early parody movies. And it's alright, I know a little Japanese. They're sitting over there. The original joke is, I know a little German. So Moose, we did talk about it earlier. Oh, this is where radioactive material is dropped into the power reactor. There's something we're supposed to poke around here. But yeah, so again, not to go too hard into, you know, the real world fuckery of everything, but you know, there were a few people announced today that have been pulling out of GDC because they're concerned, and I can't fault them for it. You know, I cannot fault them for it. So yeah. Alright, look, friends, it's late. We're all sipping a bevy, or thinking about sipping a bevy. This could be the last GDC. Game dev is not going anywhere, right? Video games are still going to be here. But GDC as an entity, it's fucking expensive. Oh! God, I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry, it wants us... This is where nuclear material goes into the nuclear reactor. What are our flares made out of? Nuclear material. Sorry. Incredible. Your lantern makes fuel. I'm grateful, stranger. I'll stay and watch the reactor. Cannot fit to the pipe you came from. Someone will come for me. Some more? I make fuel with my magical gun. But no, I think this could be the last GDC. Because GDC is an incredibly expensive event just to attend because it's San Francisco. It doesn't have a lot of value like it used to because, you know, I don't think publishers are going to be going there to sign deals. And DICE is the place where all the big money people do their fucking nonsense, so like... You know... The GDC, like, operation doesn't pay people to speak at it, and the price of tickets is only increasing. You know? I think the last parts of why GDC was worth going to, I think, have stopped. So, yeah, something else will take its place, you know, another thing will pop in. The game development community is so fucking close-knit. Fuck. Everyone rents a cruise ship, we just all network for chats. Introducing the Super Spreader. I was thinking probably something more like Reboot Develop Blue, but not as wanky. Because that's in fucking Croatia at the Castle City, which they used to play... it was used to play a lot of the sets for... not the Red Keep. Fuck me running. King's Landing. Fucking gorgeous. A fraction of the cost of being in San Francisco. Love it. You're already paying for a flight. Might as well go somewhere fucking great. Yeah, Moose, me too. But I'm glad you went to it. I'm glad you went to it, friend. And yeah, so Moose, I don't know. Develop and a few of the other ones will, like, Develop and DICE will still end up being the B2B business wankers. I think, like, a game developers convention could happen. But it won't be San Francisco. Like, and it can't be at the price point. Because, like, GDC has survived on a lot of the big tier sponsors, and they're gonna stop. Like, for those of you who don't know, like, you don't just get a ticket to GDC, right? Like, there are so many tiered levels based on different disciplines. It's fucking wild. Like, if you get an expo floor pass, you can just go on the expo floor. And some sponsored talks. But, like, all the different tracks, all the different, like, you know, training and industry-specific discussion stuff, those are all thrown to the wayside. You know, you don't get to go in those. And All Access Pass is thousands of dollars. Thousands. Now, usually All Access is, you know, companies like Microsoft who will get, like, black tier sponsorship. And they'll have, like, these special passes that get them everywhere. Yeah, well, Moose, like a lot of the industry, GDC is operating on the old methodology. You know, if you can't get a business deal at GDC, and you can't get work at GDC, if you can't afford to go to the talks, like, what's left, right? You know, what everybody in the independent space does is you go to GDC, but you don't buy a pass. You go to the Yerna Buena Gardens above the Moscone, and you see everybody, and you catch up and network there. You know, that is the, air quotes, place to be. Oh, yeah, the power's on. How'd you do that? Well, now you can go tell Grandpa to come back. A bit lost without him. Used to run this place, and everybody knew him. Relied on him. He should be in the library. Was pondering the big questions. Please bring him back. I hope he's alright. Yeah, so Aeon, and that without the early bird discount, an all access pass is just shy of $2,500. So yeah. But, like, there's so many things about GDC that don't... See, okay, someone said, like, E3, right? And I'm going to say yes. Biakuaz. The thing that the ESA never understood was that E3 wasn't about E3 anymore. It was about all the stuff around it. And that can always move and change. Keighley understood that, and then Keighley ate their fucking lunch over their still warm corpse. Right? Oh, I fucked up. Too many jumps. With GDC, it is the fact that it is the gathering of friends. Like, the power of GDC. Piss. Piss? Piss! Yeah. And Edwin, you're not wrong, right? But, like, that adage works when people are going to your mountain. Right? And Fred, there definitely is a FOMO aspect to it. You know, being part of the game development world is being part of a gigantic dysfunctional family. But, you know, we love each other. As fucking weird as we all are. And like a lot of the FOMO comes from, you know, getting to see your people. And getting to see your people in a place where you're not dealing with consumers. Right? Consumers are great. They love video games. They don't understand how the sausage is made. And most of them don't really care to. Oh, I got shredded. Yes. Oh, Moose was just saying that with compared to Reboot, where they try and keep everybody in the same place to, like, maximize collusion. Oh, you fucking bastard. Alright, I'm just gonna stop trying to do this in one big old fucking run. Oh, that's the fan. Okay. Oh yeah, Aeon, also big same. I think we mentioned this before, but they're not deaths. They're failed simulations. Whew. I can unclench my arse for a second. People have been talking about, air quotes, the death of GDC for a long time. And sometimes it's just the case of, you know, the world is changing and the old guard don't like what it's changed into. But other times, you know, there is a validity to it, you know. E3 was no longer a place of value. And a lot of people were going out of habit. And this year, lots of people will not be able to go out of habit. Right? Like, I might be a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I've been thinking about my I'll be at GDC post, and I think I'm going to label it as Will Overguard from the last GDC. And if I'm wrong, then we can have a big old chortle about it. Well, and Fred, no one outside does. Like, it's a fucking shit show over here. Like, I'm going on this... I'm going because I'm getting paid. But it really feels like I'm fucking risking it for a biscuit for this. And the biscuit, it's not a particularly large one, let me tell you. Phrase for engaging with modern media that isn't consume. What the fuck? Sadlin, the first fucking term my brain gave me was blast process. Blast process your media today. What the fuck? No one is immune to propaganda. I have just proven this by using a Sega media marketing term from the 90s. Ah! Oh, for those of you who are younglings, blast processing doesn't actually mean anything. It was a made-up term during the Sega v Nintendo marketing wars, predominantly during the 16-bit era. You know, the Sega do what Nintendo don't era. Yeah. And Edwin, like, I wholeheartedly agree. I agree to all of that. Let's not go too hard into the real world nonsense of it, just because I'm trying to give everybody a break.
Blast.
Blast processing. I can't believe Tommy Tallarico invented blast processing and the Karma engine. What a genius! Man, you ever seen a person destroyed so hard? The one thing I wish I'd been able to encapsulate is how uncomfortable H-Bomber Guy made game devs at GDC. Uncomfortable in two ways. One, because, oh my god, there's a cool famous person here. Of which I was not immune, by the way. I guess for that guy and peeps who are new, I ran over because I saw my friend Danny B, of like, Crypt of the Necro Dancer music Danny B. Ran over to go say hello, said hi, and then immediately processed that the person next to him is H-fucking Bomber Guy. But the other, he wasn't even on Cribs! But the rest, the peeps who weren't nervous because it's like, oh, here's a cool guy, the ones who were really had this like, who's he here to delete? Because he deleted Tommy Tallarico. That house is available for sale, or at least it was. There was a fucking like bit going around of like, what if we rented that place and filmed a follow-up episode there? His mother's very proud. Oh. God, it was just, he used to be the linchpin of like the video game music circuit because of Video Games Music Live. Like, he wasn't... The thing he did for the video game orchestra stuff definitely helped move things a step forward. Out of everything, Video Games Live is the one thing he should have been quietly proud of. He's also probably being investigated for fraud with the whole ColecoVision. I don't know, but I guess. I mean, Edwin, he paid for him. He paid for him. Oh, and Aeon says it was Scott Bayliss who came up with blast processing. Huh, it's fucking cool. You know... Aeon, and that's fascinating. I am going to take credit and shame for the term free LC, for free DLC, because I couldn't help myself, and I would actually have to go and look to see if anybody else used the term free LC before we did, but I think that might be my fault. We weren't the first people to do it. The first instance I can think of was CD Projekt Red with the Witcher series, where they would announce free DLC before the game came out, that they would then release at little sections. Like, do you know how cleverly insidious that is? Like, they can't finish it in time for release, or maybe they can, or they're going to add it as what would be day one patch, but because they siphon it off as DLC and little snippets, but with a zero price tag, the user gets the feeling that they are getting something for free, even though it's not. It's genius. It's genius. Oh, just talking to the old guy, says visitor. Huh, you used to live here? Huh. Never heard of that place. If you can stay, you can stay if you're lost, but our food supplies are running low, so please keep that to yourself. Though we may look like pure androids, our brains still need organic material, and our supply rail was destroyed in an attack last year by the colony above. We interrupted their supply lines unknowingly for generations. Now we're paying the price. If you want to leave, I understand. I may have something to help you get out of here on that terminal. Good luck, traveller. I won't be leaving the library. There's nothing more I can do for this colony. Oh, no, come on, Grandad, go help him. Okay. Alright, computer firmware contains dash jets. I learned how to do air dash. Do you have a date on FreeLC? Found a reference from 2012. Was it 2012 Creative Assembly? Because that's me. If not, then I can't claim it. Oh, it's on Game Developer. Do you have the full link? Freeloadable content. Who is Lance Duchette? Paid DLC is a broken business model for players and developers. Is it Lars? Fucking is it Lars? Fuck's sake. Oh, okay, so this is from Fortress of Doors. Oh, this is back when Gama Sutra used to repost interesting blog articles. God. I call it freeloadable content or FreeLC. Lars might have beaten me to it. I'd have to go back and have a look at... Wow, this is fucking dumb. Oh god, this is fucking dumb. Wow, they used to fucking post... Oh my word. And this was one of the people on Defender's Quest? Sorry, I'm just reading the article that Aeon threw for. I'm gonna... Okay. God, this guy is... Still posting, because Defender's Quest 2 came out. Yeah, okay, no, I can't shit on an article from 2012 and then equate that to knowledge now. So Aeon, it would have been in 2012, it would have been probably Fall of Samurai, because Rome 2 was the following year. Sorry, so this gentleman has written an article, it's back in 2012, and it's just about why DLC bad. And look, nickel and diming your players with DLC is not a good maneuver, I'm not arguing for that, but there's loads of things here that we now know to be fundamentally false. And it's kind of like an extension of the old expansion pack development philosophy, but applied to DLC. It also tries to equate the value of a game into this, like, into a unit of joy. And I'm just... Oh, wow. I'm so glad the games industry has grown up. We used to be a fucking bunch of bellends. We still are, but now we're all fucking war. Okay, so what the guy was doing in that article is he comes up with this value called fundits. Or funnits. And the idea is that the funner a game is, the more funnits it has. And he equates it to this idea of you have You know, which would you rather? You have a game that's $10 and it's 10 funnits, and then you have all these DLCs and they're 2 funnits each. Like, you can't equate that. If you could scientifically calculate how to make a game fun, you just win. It's like saying, well, would you prefer a movie that's 20 goodits or 15 goodits? 1, no one's gonna say I want the shittier movie. But 2, like, how you quantify that? Huh? Shitaru, thank you. DLC in a good way should be a way for you to expand upon the base game for things you couldn't fit in during development, but not in as huge an undertaking as, say, like an expansion pack of yore. Oh, fuck. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Aeon, if a 20 goodit movie is 3 hours long, and a 15 goodit movie is just an hour long, well, that's just math. You can't math emotion. Like, I've been struggling to quantify the concept of, like, the quality threshold. And that's fucking hard enough. Because, like, shamanistically, you know when a game is a bit ropey, right? And it's not just visual aesthetics, it's not just controls, it's not just UI, it's all of it, right? Shit, that's the plan. And Marshall Rhea, go get some sleep. By the fact that Shitaru just said good morning from Germany, I'm guessing, Marshall Rhea, you've stayed up very late. Always good to see you, friend. If a game about trains leave the station at 6:45 a.m. Okay, I do like that. But yeah, no, like, quantification of enjoyment. Like, I'm always very, very impressed with reading anything that's written by, like, the Disney, what are they fucking called? The Imagineers. Which, yes, is a chronically wanky thing to be called, but they are trying to quantify experiences within spaces, and I really appreciate that. The problem is, like, there's too many variables in games. To quantify the user experience into a way that is fun would be to fundamentally remove parts of the user experience, right? Another reason why large AAA games end up being more risk-averse. You know, because there's so much you can't quantify. But you can quantify how much it fucking costs, alright? 3 years of game dev time costs 3 years of game dev time. Even if you only generate 6 funnits instead of 20. God. Oh. Man, friends, I shouldn't say. There are parts of the blogosphere era that I don't miss, and some of these think pieces are definitely it. Fuck. Yeah, more like stink pieces. Deserve that. Shit. Oh, it's the Sir Vanillian Ice. We have to get up to get down. Don't believe me? Just watch. Oh, okay. Air dashing does not change your dropping velocity. How many trash hits does your game have? Fucking right. And Golan, I assume you've either played this through or seen it through, so I apologize, this is probably the most agonizing run-through of this you've had to watch. I just love talking about video games. I just love talking about games. I love how they look. I love how they smell. I just fucking love cars. Okay, you watched DJ play through it. That's cool. Well, then you're probably used to seeing somebody who's actually fucking good at video games. I'm not good at games, but I'm extremely stubborn. Ew! That new game smell. But no, like, quantification of art is incredibly fucking hard, right? And especially right now, it's something that I've been thinking about a lot because games right now, the quality threshold is fucking ridiculously high right now. Ah, please. Oh, that guy, do you mean the swoosh as I drift through the air like a legend? Or do you mean the no as I unleash my inner Star Wars Episode 5 Muppet? No, I fucked it. Well, if Zeke was up, Zeke probably would have turned this into a fucking soundbite already. If we're being perfectly honest. Oh, I went the wrong way, Wait, no, hang on. Hang on. Melvin. Oh, yeah, no, I went the wrong way around. Never mind. It was me fucking about with my new fancy air dash. Like I just got Celeste for the first time. What I should have done was climb. Calmly. Like one does. In a game about climbing. Not speedrunning. Yeah. But yeah, I just... Intellectually, the idea that you could quantify how good a game is seems very, very simple. It's nigh on impossible. And I know we talked about this earlier in the evening, but it's often more important to equate game creation to food than it is to software. Like, the process is the same, certainly, but user experience is what it comes down to. You can't make it make more fun. I'm trying to be in the back room, to be in the kitchen, screaming, make it be more fun, is not going to make it more fun for anyone involved, right? You know, the user is... Hang on, which way did I come from? There we go. Alright, that is where it's supposed to go. Like, the user is coming to the experience, like, with something in mind, right? Fuck yes. The user has to put something in to get something out. Like, their involvement is part of the experience. Meaning that there is a whole ass human involved in the process of deciding whether a game is or is not, air quotes, fun. Right? No, okay, that was cool. I pushed the wrong button. I wanted to push that, and then I accidentally hit the reset button because I'm a fucking idiot. Fuck. But yeah, once you add a human being into that equation, like, everything is out the fucking window. At least with a movie, the amount of ways in which the user can engage with it are limited. Like, it's more a scale, right? Is it getting their full attention? Is it, like, some attention, second screen, ambient noise, or no engagement at all? Like, but none of those elements affect how the movie unfurls. with games, you better fucking believe it does. Oh, excuse me. Better fucking believe it does. You know. Okay, so I can get about 2 air dashes in, but it does not change how far I fall. Okay. Ah, the tiny invisible wizard hats are back. So yeah, it just means that any quantification methodology where the barometer for measurement is just a person is an insane nonsense concept. You know, there are some practices that we understand that people enjoy more than others. You know, when it comes to a lot of discussions about like control schemes and shit like that. Oh, fuck you, mate. Yes! That's what I was aiming for. It doesn't have to be clean. It just has to get us there. Oh, you... You did that on purpose, robot. There we go. You did that on purpose. How many Dark Souls enjoyment units is a Kingsfield worth? Fucking right. And I'm not saying that I have the solution. This isn't one of those conversations that ends with, you know, stick with me, kid, I'll tell you how it is. I don't fucking know. Like, shamanistically, I can tell you roughly the quality threshold of a title. And what users are expecting based on its, like, thematics and genre. But again, even then, I can only do... I'm reading the fucking bones, right? I guess to that guy in Golan and peeps, if you're new here, like, I love discussing, like, industry stuff, deconstructions, the whole shebang. Ah, fuck, I'm getting across there, yeah. And there's that over there. Is that what I want to be aiming for? Can I shoot myself out of a cannon? That'd be great. But yeah, I find myself sitting in this weird part in the games industry between, like, understanding the metrics and the methodologies and also looking at the shamanistic elements, right? Games are fucking weird. In the best way. Sorry, that doesn't really help you at all. But I do try and understand these things. Alright, sorry. I don't want to languish on the fundits bits. Oh, the other thing that was interesting about that article was an old style of philosophy that is, you sell the most amount of DLC on day one, which was true, but predominantly if you were selling games as boxed products. And that comes back to a paradigm shift which had begun to happen back in the 2010s, but wouldn't take hold for a while. Alright, so I can't speed scoot. Yeah, well, and then Moose... Again, then you get into, like, the data science of experience. And this starts to get a little out of my wheel well, but not too much. So, like... sorry, Moose was saying, in theory, you could quantify this sort of thing, or quantize. But not on a universal basis attached to the game itself, you're looking at user experience. Yes. Kind of like... big user research with commercial products. Like, how do we build a better burger? Right? But that works on the concept that a burger is a solidified idea, and that what we're working towards is... No, this isn't going to get us where we need to be. It's like we need to be on that. Or that is the way down that we're supposed to go to. Like, he gave us the air dash, but at what fucking cost? I can't just hurtle myself off here. Once you reach maximum velocity, the air dash just ceases to hit. Sand. Wait, am I supposed to try and hit that? Am I supposed to try and hit that gem? Where was it? Stay on target, stay on target. I got it! With my face! Shit, how did I get up there? It just struck me, I've basically kind of fucked us. What I'm supposed to be doing is, you know that little trench area that we were coming through? The underhang. I think I was supposed to use that to continue to go around. I think I'm supposed to still be up there. Fuck, how did I get up there the first time? Because we came out of the energy way. Oh, and then we had to go up, up, and around. Oh, the power system. Fuck. Alright, well, I did this, so I'll... Fuck it. And yeah, no, Moose. Like, wholeheartedly agree. The problem with, like, Videogamery in that sense is that it's a difficult philosophy to apply... Because you need a complete sense of what X is before we work out how to improve it to its maximum, right? We're not going to discover a new kind of beef. I'm sorry if I'm breaking any hearts tonight, but there is not going to be a new style beef coming out next week. Everything else is a recombination of concepts and methodologies, right? In games, we're still finding new kinds of games, new genres, etc. So you can't do that kind of like, yeah, that guy, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know a lot of you were really excited after seeing the trailer for Beef 2, the rebeefening, but I don't think we're going to be seeing it this year. Beef 2 with a vengeance. And Moose, I'm not trying to be a pedant on this. Now, is that where we just were? Okay. Sorry, friends. I'm just trying to work out how to... how do I unfuck this problem? Okay, I think I got it. There we go. It's my fault for being too fucking clever again. But yeah, my point on this was just that Almost. Biffed it. Yeah, I might have biffed it on this one, but I'll try again. It worked, and then it bounced me back. What the hell? Okay, okay. Yeah, you saw that, right? It was making the alarm button noise at us. Maybe I hit the fucking... the rim of it just right. Okay, we'll keep trying, we'll keep trying. You know what? In my defense, I probably could have phrased that a lot better. Rim it real good! Bum, 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 bum. You happy now? We'll just lead into it. Is it too late for me to own it? I don't know how we did what we just did. Oh, the Pacific Rim, obviously. Atlantic Rim. What are we, cod farming here? This is the game that makes me feel like I could accidentally stumble over a speedrunning technique and not know it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? I said, who wants to touch me? Ha! Whew. Bonkasan, I do believe Codfather 2 is the pseudo-sequel to James Pond 2 RoboCod. Now, where the fuck are we going? Oh, excuse me. Gin-flavoured cheeky tea burps. Yeah, foot. Don't even worry about it. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I did not almost fuck that entire setup. Oh. Have you ever had a parody piece of media overwrite the original in your brain? Because I read Shitaru's Can't Touch This, Hammer Time, and realised that the Family Guy, like the bad guy from Lethal Weapon 2, I've got diplomatic immunity, so Hammer, you can't sue, has overridden the lyrics, the actual lyrics to Can't Touch This. The same with the, what is it, the something Fitzgerald. I've listened to How the Fuck Did We End Up at Denny's, a parody of the same song, and now that's all I can remember. How the fuck did I end up at Denny's? Don't like how the music just turned off there. And obviously we've all talked about how, like, Team 4 Star's Dragon Ball Abridged has mostly replaced all of all of Dragon Ball Z. Like, bitch, I am the hype is an official Vegeta quote, and I won't be taking notes. Fuck! Well, that's not fair. Still falling. What's this strange feeling I have in my chest? Is this pride at another person? Shame it's being overwritten by all this unyielding rage! Fuck you. How am I supposed to get there? I'll remember this! This feels spiteful. No! No! How the fuck did I end up at Denny's? Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. You know what you're doing! So it's like, once we hit this bit here, we start the main slide. Like, there's a lip here, but the lip doesn't lead to anywhere. Oh, thank the fucking gods. Alright, now what the fuck are we doing? Oh, sorry, to those of you that have only found our little corner of the internet, I'm a big fan of reinterpretation of media, and how sometimes being able to re-examine a piece of media again allows you to understand it better, i.e. Hellsing, Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. Not saying any of those are perfect, but... Okay, where the fuck are we going from here? Oh, we're going over there, are we? Game. Now, okay, the first, I'd say, air quotes, episode of Hellsing Abridged are very much take it or leave it. But after that point, despite the ridiculousness, understanding where the plot already complete is going gives them this weird clairvoyance. Like, maybe I'm supposed to be using momentum to head for there? Like, what the fuck? Sorry, I should probably bring our adventures to a close. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I've been up and down these fucking slopes for hours. But I know if I stop here, I'm going to forget how the fuck to get to where I need to be. And there's no way, even with, like, Mark 3 momentum, I can make that jump. I don't even know where the fuck we are. Like, because I can dig in my claws into that, but not when you reach terminal velocity. Right? Oh, okay, might have an idea. It was a bad idea. Okay. Alright, we're making progress. Probably. Fuck. We use up too much energy during those air dashes. I need to get more through line. Now, if we can get above this, then we've got a fighting chance. Just shy! No! I'd love to tell you I'm playing this up, right? I'd love to tell you this is a bit. The noise is a small, tortured gremlin within me, desperately grasping for something. These fucking meat hooks. See, I fucked it. Because I had to use 2 air dashes. But the slide does allow us to recharge a little bit of that same energy, that same momentum. Okay. Oh, this is good. Come on. Come on. Oh, we're looking good. Yes! Hot and ready, straight out the oven. Spelunk this. There's nowhere to stand up here. I have fucked up. I have fucked up royally. I'm a failure. Okay, might be able to do this. Nope. Just no. Just no. Just no. It's alright. It's alright. We got this. No! No! Ah! Am I a fucking joke to you? Game? Don't answer that. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you know where your streamer is? Is he going fucking batshit mental trying to climb some fucking bullshit brutalist bastard fest? There has to be enough energy left to be able to do a wall scrape, though. Of which there was none. You know what? 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 I think we can leave it there. Oh, no, Shitaru. Go get some sleep. Don't stay up like me. Remember, friends, I am a cautionary tale. I am not an example. Oh, also, the guy who we were talking about before with that weird article uses a whole bunch of, like, generative AI on his blog, so fuck that guy. Okay. We're going to take a second. We're going to breathe. I will find a lovely person to raid you in for those of you who are staying up late. Oh, here we go. What's Rudism working on? There we go. We'll crash into them in a second. Another internet friendo is currently on their first run-through of Elden Ring. So we've got loads of places we can go. He's making a better way to dig a hole? Alright. Colour me intrigued. Right. When I got up today, this day fucking sucked. And now I am bringing our adventures to a close, albeit late in the evening, but I got a happy heart, I've got a smile on my face, I'm doing good. Friends, thank you. Like, seriously, thank you. You know? Whether you came on in from the DJ raid and hung out, whether you've been here the whole fucking day, or what have you. Like, thank you. Oh, so yeah, and also we got to hang out with the Nuggies as well. Cleona being very social. It's like now the Nuggies know that they have you for bullying. I expect that you all will start getting messages from the guinea pigs being like, oh, we're so hungry. He never feeds us. Ah. Somehow they'd work out how to do it. Okay. So I'm gonna roll credits, and then do you fancy weird homemade controllers or Elden Ring? Like, what suits you for after this? I don't think I have anything to add. You know, whatever tomorrow may throw at us, we'll get through it tomorrow. I'm not gonna be able to do the talk show like I hoped. So there's that. You know what, I'm just going to cross that off the fucking list. No, whatever that last thought was, it completely dropped out of my head. Look. Friends, it's another day where you lot have thrown in bits and gifted subs to people and helped keep me alive. You know? I am insanely lucky that that is a thing that happens day in, day out, and I don't want a day to go by where I don't say thank you for that. You know? I'm not doing good right now, but I still have this. I still have you lot. I will finish the stream with a smile on my face and a newfound frustration for any surface that looks like I should be able to climb it, but I fucking can't. I'm gonna argue at gravity for the rest of the night. But no, like, I'm doing all the better for having spent the day with you lot. Alright? I am truly fucking blessed, okay? So, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Naru, I'm going to do my best not to dream about this fucking surfaces, but you know? This week has been kind of thrown for a full loop just being pre-GDC, but you'll make it fucking worth it. That is what I'm saying. And to that end, I need to thank all of the following people, because and I guess for Guy and people like, I am pretty much 100% supported by everything that comes through on Twitch. Bits and donations are the best thing for keeping me alive. So for that, fucking thank you. So to Kitty, who popped in, who I thought was going to be a troll, but turned out to be lovely. Thank you for following. I hope we get to chat again. To Mahoffman, Clank, DJ Coil, and Naru Hoodie. Not a short spree amongst you, so thank you. Alright. To Akira Zero, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, Simple Chaos, Some Numbers, Dust in Your Eyes, Saidlin, Chitaru, Vanderbeast, and Naru Hoodie. Fucking thank you. You know, you all went loud even though I was late and wrong and later, and thank you. To the whole moderation team, to Nova Moose and Caffeine, fucking thank you. And we had legendary raids from Hero to the People, Dan Jones, and the Perios. Fucking legends, alright? So did you all decide if you wanted Elden Ring or Building a Better Drill? It's very early on in Elden Ring. Alright, where can I send your lovely selves? Golan wants a drill. Alright. You were quickest on the draw, so we're gonna go hang out with Rudism. I mean, here's the thing. Rudism is a lovely individual. I got to hang out with him a bunch when I was living in Dunedin. Dude's also game dev. So, like, if you want to talk to somebody about that as well as... So, thank you all for a lovely day again, okay? Whatever you do with the rest of your night, I wish you good sleeps and good times. Because what else is there, right? Oh, you got you onto haste. Man, I should have streamed that just so I could have inflicted it on more people. All right. I'm going to pass you on over. Friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. If I see you in Discord, brilliant. Otherwise, to be continued. All right? To be continued.